Sorry to have been here a second ago, but I was in the middle of a huge yawn. Hey guys, how are you? Welcome, welcome. This is Monkey in the Morning. I'm Monkey, and we are here to laugh at Democrats tonight because, well, why wouldn't we? We're going to be going over the DNC convention, and whew, goodness, I haven't seen anything about it, but I did see Joe Biden. Okay, I don't want to say I didn't see anything. I saw one clip that we're going to watch here in a second. Maybe half an hour ago, it came to my attention. And I did see earlier tonight, who was it that was talking? Dick Durbin, just where I was pulling up a video. So I had it later because sometimes, they like to take the live stuff down. And I still had access to it. I didn't listen to anything he said. I just saw it was Dick Durbin and went, oh, there's a dick. And I did my best not to see anything about it. I stayed mostly off Twitter. If I saw anything about the convention, I moved on because I didn't want to see what I wanted to see. I didn't get to see. I wanted to see rioting. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to see rioting outside, and we didn't get very much of that. What we did get is the Palestinian protesters breaking down part of the security barrier. They're getting stronger, you guys. They actually moved a fence for once, but nothing really came of it. So, damn it. I really want a 1968 situation. I don't want anybody hurt or killed, you know what I mean? Because that's not fun. Other than people taking pepper balls to the nuts. Without rioting, I don't get to see people shot in the nuts with pepper balls. And I need that in my life because it amuses the shit out of me. Oh goodness. We're not going to watch the whole DNC. One, we just don't have time for that. And what I really want to concentrate on anyway is Joseph R. Biden. He was giving his, they even referred to it this way, his farewell. Now, I'm not saying everybody, but I saw several media outlets call it his farewell address. I'm like, he's still got a few months left. He's look, we all know he's not actually in charge, but don't you want to wait for the election at least before you do the farewell address? Do you guys think if Kamala wins in November that Joe will step down 2 months early? I'm curious. I wonder if they'll do that. I mean, she still gets her big party, right? But she gets to do it as president. She'd get to get sworn in twice in a couple of months. You know how much they like their firsts and everything. The first woman to be sworn in twice in 3 months. Anyway, farewell or welfare? Well, farewell because they know he's gone. Excuse me. I did see earlier today when they're getting the convention all set up and ready to go, and they brought Biden in. I didn't pull up that video. I wonder if I have it. We're gonna watch this chick. The other thing that I did pay attention to today, where she tells us about the dangers, the dangers if Trump gets elected. No. Where's Lost Joe? I must not have retweeted it. Let's go to my notifications and find a Democrat who's mad that I laughed at him. That's how I find stuff half the time. I just go see like, oh, there's where I pissed somebody off. Anyway, he's wandering around the convention hall and he just looks lost. It was an MSNBC video. Where the hell is it? Fuck me. This is what happens when I get off. I had a plan tonight. I had a plan. I have the 2 videos that we're going to be watching pulled up, and I thought, you know what? Oh, here it is right there. But then I was like, you know what? I can add to that. We can go see Joe Biden as he's arriving. Here he is. This is earlier in the day when they're showing him around and like, okay, you're going to go to the podium up here because remember they have to give Joe pictures to let him know where to go. Thank you, God Radio. YouTube won't let me send this, so chat, I guess. Well, thank you so much. You could always try Streamlabs, but what was it you were trying to say? Remember, especially in super chats, YouTube is very heavy-handed on the censorship. All right. On the other hand, do you think if Trump wins, she'll try and get Biden removed to be the president, even just for a little while? You know, of all potato, I didn't even think about that. They could, if Trump if Trump wins, they could backdoor the first female president and just have her in there for a couple of months. That would be an interesting thing to see. Anyway, look how lost he is just here, just in this little bit that we can see. Does that look like a man who knows where the fuck he is?
Alive.
Oh God, we're not going to listen to her. Just watch Joe. That's the podium right there where you'll be talking, right? Yeah, and he's like, "What? Where? Huh? Over here with the big wooden thing I stand in front, and are they going to be playing cartoons on those screens?" Look how lost he is. This is still the president of the United States. Why is that a thing? Anyhow, so I did see that, and MSNBC put it out as President Biden arrives at the United Center in Chicago ahead of his speech. That's not him arriving at all. That's him being lost there. Anyhow, this first video, okay, I guess it's now the second video. The first video I planned on us watching. This is I don't know who she is. She's a state legislator somewhere. So really, most people don't give a shit who she is, even, her own state. But she's got some stuff for you to be worried about.
Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents.
I wonder where he got that idea. What? He's going to do what we do. Can you believe it? I like her tongue being stuck out there. I don't even know why her tongue is out. Did I miss something? Wait a second.
Political opponents. He could.
Oh, that's just a weird way she wets her lips. She's like a camel. Ugh. There's people who have to deal with that lady. Okay. See, this is what I get for listening and not always watching as I'm preparing for the show. All right. Because that's not the kind of reaction you want live.
Could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
You mean like when Obama had them investigating the Trump the Trump campaign in 2016? Probably not like that, right?
That is not how it works in America.
What she means by that's not how it works in America is that Republicans shouldn't do that in America. It's perfectly fine for her side to do it. Can you believe she decided to give this speech? I mean, if I'm the Democrats right now, by all means, bring up he's a felon thing because it's stupid, but you can. Do you really want to be out there pointing out what your side is doing and saying, this is not how it's done in America? But I do love that this is the applause line because she raises her voice. That's how you know it's time for an applause line.
Works in America.
Yeah. Pause and weirdly lick your lips.
That's how it works in dictatorships. Donald.
Yeah. And what has your party been up to, lady? That's how it works in dictatorships. Here in America. This clip was going around and I didn't even mean to see it. It was on the Explore tab where they don't tell you you're going to see a video. There are often videos there. I should have known better. But I forget why or what the headline was. So I wasn't even looking for this. But once I saw it, you guys are so tone deaf. So fucking tone deaf. Do you realize the campaign ad you just made for Donald Trump? Do you? The FBI has literally raided his home. This is not how it's done. This is what happens in a dictatorship. And then all you have to do is pop up as she's talking, pop up all the different headlines of Donald Trump being investigated by the FBI, of them using the Department of Justice to go after their political opponent. Good God Almighty. But they don't care because they know they can say this stupid shit and the press won't say anything. There's not going to be, okay, maybe Fox News, OAN, maybe a couple of right-wing sites, although we don't count Fox as that around here. But most news sites are not going to be out there going, did you see this crazy bitch lying? Did you see her out here saying that this doesn't happen in America when her party, the people she's there to celebrate on this evening, have been doing it for 4 years? They're not going to say that. So she can get up there and lie in any possible way she wants to. And that's as much as we're going to watch of that. Now, I have this queued up. Again, I've not watched any of this, but I do have it queued up. We are almost 5 hours into the video. And it's going to be, from what I saw, Jill, I think Ashley. Did Ashley speak at the convention? And then Joe. And I'm not sure we're going to watch all of Jill or Ashley. I think that's her. I'm not as familiar with her as I am like a Trump daughter. I don't even know all the Trump daughters' names, but I recognize them. If they're too boring, we're going to skip ahead and just get to confuse Joe, because that's where my entertainment lies. But we are going to watch as much of it as I can find humorous. Now, leaving the stage is Chris Coons, the senator from Delaware. Since Joe's from Delaware, they had to bring up Coons, and I didn't hear anything he said. I just saw his bald head right before this as I was lining it up to get Jill Biden out here. I think, if I remember correctly, I saw that they had like a intro video or something. Again, I have no idea. Everything I know about what we're about to watch is just from jumping, trying to find a timestamp between whoever's introducing Biden and the Biden family starting. So, all right, here we go. Oh, I did see, as I was lining this up, Coons trying to get people to say, "We love Joe." And you hear this chant of "We love Joe," but the people that they're showing on camera, their lips aren't matching up with the audio. And I thought that was funny. But I didn't stop it there. So anyhow, you can go find that part yourself.
Hi, I'm Vivian Werewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe.
I've been sniffed by Joe. I get that politicians do this with kids and stuff, but I was not expecting to see a child here. Why is there a 4th grader from wherever the hell she's at? Is she related to Biden? Is this one of Hunter's illegitimate kids?
I've been bouncing around all week, excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating.
You're in 4th grade. That means the day Joe Biden won, you were, I accidentally bumped. There we go. 4 years ago, that would put you in kindergarten. You have vivid memories of kindergarten and the whole neighborhood dancing around. One, that didn't happen. There weren't neighborhoods dancing around when Joe won. When Joe won, it's another one of those things where you can point to it and go, there's no way that he was as popular as they're telling us he was, because there wasn't a giant celebration. Where was that celebration? 80 million people voted for him, and the next day, like, yeah, Joe won. All right.
So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you.
You're a kid. You need to be careful about talking about Joe coming near you, okay? Just going by his public record.
I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you.
He was against integrated busing, lady. I don't mean to bust on a kid. Look, stop putting kids in these situations because this kid doesn't even know what she's saying. She is just reading some shit that was written for her. You speak for my generation. He doesn't even speak for my generation. He's old school racist. And if we had any kind of sense in America, people like Joe Biden wouldn't even be a name anymore. They would have shuffled away to take their backward ass racist ideas elsewhere. He speaks for my generation because I'm a Democrat and I don't like black people either. Did you see the little cut of Jill clapping for black kids? You're just as good as the white kids.
Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
They had to get that doctor in there, didn't they? Jesus Christ. Dr. Jill Biden. Dr. Jill. That's so icky.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Oh, they didn't say it when they announced her over the thing. Why is the kid crying? Probably because she's got a cattle prod at her back and she's scared to death that if she says it wrong, they're going to abuse her. Is it me? And look, I don't wear heels, so sorry, ladies. But some women who wear heels like she's doing right now, do you notice it looks like she's never walked in them before and she's afraid she's going to fall over? Just wear flats. Nobody's going to think less of you. Why? Wait. Why do they have a bunch of placards printed up with Jill's name on them? Do you know how many trees had to die for that? Don't you care about the environment at all? The signs didn't say doctor. I see that. they just say, why waste the time of printing those up? All right. Maybe that was part of the deal to get Joe to leave. Like, hey, at the convention, you better have Jill signs.
Thank you.
Okay. Jill's tits are leaning left. Stop it. Totally organic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too.
Nobody said that.
Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
Since I had his wife taken out.
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
Because he's a new person each day. This is a true story. Excuse me. I've only been awake for a little while, and those of you who've been watching the show a long time know that often when I wake up and do a show relatively soon, I sing. And one of my go-to songs is Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me by Elton John and George Michael, their version of it together. And I was singing it tonight, getting ready. I'm like, I hope this is the song that Joe Biden comes out to, because they always come out to songs, right? I'm like, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me would be perfect for Joe's introduction. Don't let the sun go down on me.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time.
And he got an erection.
And saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked.
I'm sorry, did you say an exhausting day working in the Senate? Was it hard for him to talk? I I've had real jobs, backbreaking work. You don't get to tell me about how hard he worked in the Senate and then he had to read one more bedtime story. He called people to ask for donations and went on TV. That's what a senator does. It was rough on him. He worked so hard talking. Fuck right up. An exhausting day in the Senate. Eat me, Ashley. Or sorry, whoops, that's not Ashley. Jill. Dr. Jill.
When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day.
Okay, I've seen a lot of footage of Biden. I've never seen him walking down and there's like a widow there tapping her eyes. And he's like, oh my God, I gotta stop and hug her. You're just making shit up.
Or to encourage that child with a stutter.
Damn it. One day you can be just like me and shower with your daughter and cheat in elections and steal.
To find the confidence she needs.
Why it gotta be a she? This is true. I don't know if you guys have been following this. During this week of Democratic national values, let's call it that. There in Chicago, the DNC and people working with the DNC are offering free abortion pills. And on Monday, yesterday, free vasectomies. Now, I just want you guys to think about that. Women are being given an abortion pill so they can go out there, and if they want later, they can have another baby. They're sterilizing the men. Democrats, do you not get it? Democratic men out there, do you not get it? They're giving vasectomies to the guys, literally taking away your ability to procreate. Meanwhile, the hoes, we'll just erase this one mistake. Not condoms, which they are giving out to. Actual vasectomy. They're not offering tubal ligations. And by the way, if you're going to a Winnebago at the DNC to get a vasectomy, I sincerely hope it gets infected.
Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself.
Joe Biden has never done anything that wasn't for himself. Jesus Christ, lady. You do know we have his record, right? Fuck.
Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility.
I'm sorry, I missed what she said there.
Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility.
Does Joe have a Medal of Freedom? Who gave it to him? Maybe. All right. Did Joe give himself a Medal of Freedom?
Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office.
That's one of his accomplishments. Putting his hand on a book and repeating after someone. Not being elected president. No. Joe remembered to put his hand on the book like we told him to. I realize what she's going for here, but this is something that's been going around. You guys saw me talk about it with the Krasensteins, but I saw it again too. There's pictures of Kamala walking and people are making it, look how presidential she looks. She's walking. It's like they're lowering the bar so low. He put his hand on a book. She didn't even say and taking the oath and becoming president. Putting his hand on the book to take the oath. Sorry, on the Bible. I'm not trying to be dismissive to Christians here. Sorry about that. But putting his hand on the Bible. For all Joe knew, it was a copy of Pride and Prejudice. He didn't know what the fuck he was touching. He hasn't known where he is in half a decade. But he actually got it all the way on the book, y'all. Sounds like a eulogy. It is. It absolutely is.
And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
You mean the thing he said he wouldn't do and he wasn't going to do? And I'm not doing that until the money people called in and said, "You're doing it, Joe." Yeah, that was a very brave moment of his. When he decided to give up and give it all to Kamala. When he decided to take all of your votes and tell you to get fucked. And listen to him cheer like idiots for it. Yay! Who is that? She looks sad.
With faith and conviction.
Oh, no. Wait a second. Look at that smug fucking look on her face. That is not what's the word I'm looking for here? That is not being happy that Joe did that. This isn't gratitude. That's the word I was looking for. This isn't gratitude. That's like, told you, bitch. Told you, bitch. That is, oh my God. She's cold. She looking Jill dead in the face like, Wow. I'm glad they caught that moment. That's evil. Wow. She can't even hide it. She can't even hide it. Look at Tim, though. Tim looks distressed. For those of you who don't know, that's her vice presidential nominee on her right, Tim Walz, the guy who removed the language saying under no circumstances will pedophilia be considered a legal sexual orientation. That's him. He looks very upset. And Kamala, she is way too happy with herself. Dangerous, thank you. All their saving democracy talk on the first damn day near gave me an aneurysm. You tried to remove Trump from the ballot and your nominee has not received a single vote. Go fuck yourselves, Dem. Indeed. It's all about the democracy. But remember, we know this about the DNC. Everybody, for all of their talk of democracy, we all saw what they tried doing to Bernie Sanders in 2016, and they didn't even have to do it. They were rigging their primary. So, even if he wins, super delegates are all going for. The idea of a super delegate isn't democratic. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. This is the look the supervillain give when their plan begins. Yes, and not just begins, when the first phase of it actually works. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that face. What a bitch. Wow.
With faith and conviction, Joe knows that.
Yeah, and you know what? And I'm going to give Tim a little bit of credit there, because that shouldn't have been a clapping line, especially not for the people sitting in that box there, the chosen dictators. If you wanted to be a good person, you look somber there with a thank you, Joe. Thank you. Now with a yeah, bitch.
Our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes.
You do not get to talk about cruelty when you kept pulling out your demented husband, who's about to get on the stage in a little bit too, just so you could stay in the big house, lady. Go fuck yourself. Oh, I hate these people.
Doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty.
Also with the intimidation line there. Why isn't Joe running? Well, that's right. They told him they'd take away his money. They intimidated him into it. We're going to embarrass you.
It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds.
What are you talking
From
about?
service to the communities that make us who we are. From love of a country that shines with promise and renewal.
You guys don't love this country. If you did, you wouldn't be trying to change it into every other country. You ever notice how many times Democratic plans, they'll tell you, well, that's what they're doing in Europe.
Kamala Harris knows that too.
I mean, okay. Wow. Can we just stop for a second here? I get it. This is Kamala's convention now. But this is so disrespectful to Joe, and I don't like Joe. But this is his wife. He's getting ready to give his farewell address. And you're up here. That's twice you've mentioned old Kamala. I get it. You have to, and maybe this is the end of your speech. And if it is, okay. But am I wrong in thinking she should be there to give like a good send off to her husband? She doesn't like the man. I'm convinced of that. I am convinced.
Our son Beau first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware.
Even she has to bring up Beau? When was Hunter's first interactions with her? Was it doing lines in her dorm room back listening to some Tupac?
He told me at the dinner table one night, Mom, she's special.
I have no doubt a lot of people who've met Kamala have said, wow, she's special. But not in any kind of complimentary way.
Keep your eye on. And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala.
That was kind of telling. Listen.
And he was right.
She's special. Someone to keep your eye on. One person clapped. Wow. Look, we all know that she has not got a single vote to run for president, okay? She is going to be... Has there ever been a president who ran in the election that hadn't gotten a single primary vote? I mean, as long as we've had primaries. But she's special. She is special.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close.
She's giving the speech Biden's supposed to give. That's what's going on here. Because this is all about... She really should be speaking right before Joe. And again, I think... Is it Ashley that they insert here? Is that Ashley? I think that's Ashley. Anyway, they really should have had her giving the send-off to her husband, and instead she's going full on. Kamala is the greatest thing since sliced bread and Beau.
Kamala and Tim, you will win.
We've made sure of it.
And you are inspiring a new generation.
You too can achieve great things by sucking wiener and then doing nothing important. You want to lock up black people and hold them against their will longer than they're supposed to be legally locked up? Well, that's just the DNC way. You will win. Wow.
We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves.
Oh,
and we
stop
are
with the commie
stronger
shit.
than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other.
Because Joe might go to prison for his last few years because Donald Trump will do what Biden has done.
hope for a brighter future, and love for our country.
You don't love this country.
We will fight and we will win.
Wait, did she say fight? She just called for an insurrection, you guys. I know that is a legal thing because somebody said fight.
Together. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't a great speech. I mean, the parts about Joe were pretty lame, and the parts about Kamala were. She didn't even really say much about Kamala. We know she's a fighter, and Bo liked her. Right? I didn't miss anything in there, did I? Our dead son. You remember we have a dead son. It's not your son. It's your stepson. And I realize people look at their stepchildren as their children, but she was very. Notice she brings up Ashley when I gave Joe his baby, and brings up Bo. No mention of Hunter. Which child has been most prolific with their father? Is he going to speak? Did Hunter get invited to the DNC? Did you guys see Fetterman said he's not coming? Fetterman is afraid of getting beat up by the Muslims on the way in. So he's like, nah, bro, I'm not coming. Platitudes, lies, and cliches, which you kind of expect from these things. They're going to get me a
Please welcome
hit with a fucking
first
copyright.
daughter, Ashley Biden.
Oh, I was right. That was Ashley. I hope she talks about children being sexually abused by their parents and how horrible that is and how we need to put a stop to it.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. This
isn't going to go somewhere weird, is it? I'm not going to have to hear about showering, am I? We know about your memories from childhood, lady. You finally a shower scene. Stop it, Chris. How dare you? How dare you?
Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car.
As a Biden child, that's not something you want to hear. That Mom, the boys, and the daughter need to get in the car. That's not too soon, is it?
I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform.
James, thank you. Bo said she was someone to keep an eye on. Is that like Julius Caesar when someone points out Cassius is having a lean and hungry look? Yes. Yes, indeed. No, not Chappaquiddick. The joke there is Biden's. This is horrible. Why am I explaining this joke? It makes me seem like such a horrible person. Joe's first wife and daughter died in a car crash. The boys survived the crash. Chappaquiddick's another one, but that's if you're in any car with a Kennedy.
The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out.
Your dad, who made a huge thing about how he went home every night on the Amtrak, you were really shocked to the point you remember this night specifically. Really? I mean, this was part of Biden's thing. I'm just a poor guy. I have to ride the train every day, back and forth to work. I did it every day so I could take care of the boys. Are we just supposed to forget all of the bullshit we've heard about Biden before? Never mind. Go ahead and tell your fake story.
As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms.
Shower time.
Like magic, Mom brought out a cake. They sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train and off he went to DC.
I don't know what legislation was so important he couldn't go to a birthday party for it. Has everything in his life been scripted for political moments? He couldn't have a birthday party on the weekend. Hey, Ashley, my dad was in the military. There were birthdays I didn't see him for another 3 months because he was overseas. I didn't even get a birthday. Fuck you. He's just such a great dad. He came home and mom made a birthday cake magically appear. I know you're trying to humanize him, but your dad is a douche.
That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
How much I would give for just one person in the audience to yell, "Tell us about the shower."
Joe Biden is the OG girl dad.
Really? Because he never mentions you. He never mentions you at all. He talks about his dead son, and that's it. He's the OG girl dad. And your story of that is that he rode a train for a little while to say hi to you real quick and then leave. All right. Frosted, thank you. First cake he didn't make her burst out of. Indeed.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything.
So I became a hooker and a drug addict. Okay, she wasn't a hooker. She was just a slut. My bad.
As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
You mean the thing that he had lobbyists, right? Sure.
And he wasn't just a girl
Was this a black couch? Stop it, Bubba.
dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women.
Did he now? You saw that while you were doing your homework. All right.
How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career.
Okay.
Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her.
He was always there. You just told a story about how he wasn't there. How do you tell a story about how he wasn't there because he had to apparently jack off to Tara Reid, and then he was always there? I hate these people.
Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
Dad got that message in the shower, honey.
I had my wedding.
How did that relationship start again? Yeah, she was watching the Biden children, and then Miss Biden dies, and suddenly she's the new Biden mom. I'm pretty sure I've seen that on 48 Hours before. The Rando Report, thank you. I am increasingly skeptical of a Kamala landslide. I don't know that Kamala is gonna. They're already trying. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they're already trying to tamp down expectations. They've been pushing these polls for weeks that, oh, she's destroying him. She's ahead, and Biden was at best tied. She just, over the last, say, 24 hours, you've started seeing these stories saying, hey, don't really think that she's going to win. Be careful of thinking she's going to win. Be careful. That's not the kind of thing you say when you expect a landslide.
Wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding
No, he didn't. Stop lying.
around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants. And by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him.
Does anyone believe any of this? I mean, I believe he was crying because somebody else. Never mind. That's horrible. That's horrible, Monkey. Don't say that.
Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said,
Remember our showers?
that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend.
Your dad literally never mentions you. He talks about his dead son, Bo, constantly. He even occasionally talks about Hunter when he's forced to. He never mentions you at all. He's my best friend, explains the drug habit.
His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia.
How many social workers in Philadelphia do you think have the net worth of Ashley Biden? Yeah. He inspired my love of service to make money off of the people and pretend I did something.
I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives.
I'm sorry. You're talking about running a halfway house and your mention of these women that are leaving prison is dealing with their past trauma. I mean, sure.
Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and
Just because you're rich, you're no better than the black kids.
nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves
My daughter is way better than you. You're a drug addict whore.
a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what
Keldrick, thank you. He inspired my love of service. Oh, I bet he did. Thank you, Keldrick.
you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history.
You don't know very much history, do you? Joe Biden will not be remembered by history. He won't. He'll be a footnote in there. In the short term, yeah, he'll be talked about because media is so big today compared to, say, when Taft was president. But most people 100 years from now will not remember Joe Biden was a president. He didn't do anything of consequence. Well, maybe he will be used as oh, look at how bad the economy was. He'll be Cartered. But we've had bad presidents in that manner before, too, that have been forgotten. So, Dangerous, thank you. Holy shit, she used I was 8 years old, like all the other fake stories. Did everyone clap, Ashley? By the way, birthday cake in a train station? How magical. A cattle station contains less bullshit, indeed. Thank you so much for the donation. Carter 2.0, yeah, if anything, that's how he'll be remembered. Evolved Potato, thank you. This is just from Wikipedia, so a pinch of salt. But it doesn't say Joe Biden had anything to do with the Violence Against Women Act until he was VP. So her saying he drafted it is probably complete bullshit. Let's see. Violence Against Women Act. Written. Let's see. It was the Violent Criminal Control and Law Enforcement Act, 1994. Clinton signed the law. So I mean, if that's true, maybe they didn't specifically call it that, and she's talking about something else. I don't know if Biden was involved in writing it or not, but he'll take credit for anything. So I mean, he plagiarizes most of what he says anyhow. Except Carter was honest. That is true. That is true. Carter was I don't want to say he was honest, but he was more honest than Joe is.
And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams.
Was that what he was doing when he was looking at his watch as those dead bodies were coming home that he caused? Was he just like, oh my God, this is taking my time away of thinking about you? He never stops.
About your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family.
Biden has never cared about anything but himself.
Dad knows that family is everything.
He knows it's everything in a political campaign. But, okay. He's not a rich politician from what we're told his whole life, right? His children weren't raised privileged in a way that you would normally think of privileged rich kids. They were upper middle class, right? 2 of them became heavy drug addicts. He couldn't even deal with his own family. That's because he was busy on the trains using his family as props, because that's all they've ever been to him. Even in death, Bo, notice the only child he has talked about for the last, 2 decades. The only one he's talked about starts in 2015 when Bo dies, and suddenly, Bo.
When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours.
What? What? You could say he helped you he absorbed your pain, like he used some ancient Navajo ritual, and the fuck does that even mean? That means he's magical. That's what it means. Cancer, I thought he died in Iraq. Well, he died of brain cancer. He had a brain tumor. And Joe has claimed that it was because of his time in Iraq that he got it. See? Yeah. Oh God. He absorbed our pain. He's like Charmin. He's absorbable.
And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us.
My brother died 3 decades ago, and I still have pain from it. But she's all better because Dad absorbed her pain. I think she's confusing Joe for meth.
After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done.
When was your dad knocked down? I mean, I'll give you the death of his family, okay? But even that, he immediately used for political clout. Your brother died, and so you got something that reminded you of your dad? Did you even pay attention when you wrote this?
He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous
And why'd he step down?
heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation and maybe even the world.
Joe Biden is now the savior of the whole world. Wow. Evolved Potato, thank you. Joe didn't just use the kids as props. One in particular was used for something else, mainly in the shower. That's still just a tool to him. Bold of you to think she wrote this speech. She probably had input in it.
And now this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump.
Kamala was forced on Joe. Make no mistake about that. Kamala was forced on Joe.
And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
She's going to beat Donald Trump again. You do realize you just use wording that completely dismisses your dad as an entity, right? The Randall Report, thank you. I wonder why she doesn't give more speeches, huh? She's actually delivering the speech fine. It's just that this is nonsensical. It's all bullshit. I mean, and it's to be expected. It's the child of the politician, not a politician themselves necessarily. After this, she's going to go back to doing blow that she gets from criminals there in Pennsylvania as she helps them overcome their childhood trauma, and they all sit around talking about how their dads touched them. But she's delivering it fine. Too mean? Don't clap for yourself. It's so weird.
So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This
Because the communists are coming and they're going to demand it.
is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom,
using a lot of fight
our
wording.
democracy, our reproductive rights.
Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. One, our freedoms are in jeopardy because Kamala wants to run. Why is it always reproductive rights with these folks? Hey, Ashley, who forced you to have a baby? Anyone? Who forced you to have sex in bathrooms with people you never saw? How about you exercise the reproductive rights you actually have? Stop fucking if you don't want to get pregnant. Because no matter how pilled up you are, how condom wrapped the penis is, things can happen. There's your reproductive freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility. That's what you guys always forget about this shit.
All of this, all of it is on the ballot.
No, it's not.
And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way.
Your dad is a douchebag.
And now,
Hey, how come in the 50 years your dad was in the government, he never took a single step to solidify abortion rights nationally, which he could have done as a senator? He could have pushed for as a vice president. Before Roe ever gets overturned, if there had been a national abortion is legal thing, Roe gets taken out, it's still the law. He never did any of that stuff. He showed us the way.
I would like to
Which is kind of accurate because it is what the Democrats want to do. If we can't get that passed, so we'll just have the court do it. It's why they're so mad about how the court's been ruling. Because even when I've disagreed with the court, and it's happened quite often, for the most part, They are keeping politicians in check.
Introduce my father,
Oh God, here
your
it comes.
46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
She didn't say Joseph R. Biden. That's a weird one. Are you one of my kids? Oh, that was an look at. Okay, hang on. Do I know you? Who are you? Where's Bo?
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire.
Listen to the words.
So keep it up, quench my desire.
Maybe having the line "quench my desire" as Biden's embracing his child is not the way to go. That's nasty. Wrong song, yeah.
And I'll be at your side.
You ever see Arrested Development when what's his name? The dude sings with his niece Afternoon Delight, and halfway through they understand what the song is about.
Forevermore, you know your love keep rolling higher, higher.
Yeah, this is a love song. This isn't a just love will lift us up kind of song. It's a romantic love they're singing about there, and maybe having that play while Joe's with his daughter is not the right way to go. They're doing the shower scene. Oh, please stop playing the song. I like the song, but please stop. They have now ruined that song for me. Look how lost he looks.
Thank you.
That's twice they've shown that same scene here. Hang on. What? Wait. Right there. They're supposed to be showing Kamala there because there's her husband. There's Walls. There's Walls' wife. I don't know who the old lady at the end is. And there's a We Love Joe blocking Kamala. Could there be a more perfect explanation of this election season than that frame right there? How many signs does everyone carry? This has been a thing in political conventions for a long time. They bring in those signs. I don't know why. Because maybe the person on stage will be like, "Look, you've got a sign for me." I don't know. They're not even funny like the good ones at sporting events. Who is that? Is that one of his grandkids he cares about? I don't know the Biden family very well. You'd think you would with all the way he uses them as props, but you'll notice he doesn't show them very often. Where's Navy? You think Navy's mom's going to be voting for Biden? He's tipping his imaginary hat.
Thank you.
All right. I've been waiting for this because we haven't had a good Joe speech in a while. So, again, I have not seen this. I'm going to go on record with saying he's going to slur at least 25% of the time. Let's see.
Thank you.
He's trying to talk, y'all. He's scared. Let the man speak. They're trying to chant and can't get it together.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's like 4 different chants going on at the same time. Where's Hunter? Probably neck deep in a hooker. They're trying to get a "We Love Joe" chant. This chant goes for ages. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. What are they trying to chant there? Oh, thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you for
Y'all need to learn to enunciate.
I tell you what.
I don't know where I am. His chin balls really bother me. I bet
To my dearest.
Wait. I bet Biden was pumped full of drugs for this speech. He's pumped full of drugs anytime they take him into public. He has to be.
To my dearest daughter Ashley. God love you. You're incredible.
Why you yell that like you're mad? To my dearest daughter Ashley. God love you. Like I did in the show.
Thanks for the introduction.
Yep, already slurring.
And for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill.
Hunter got a mention. I wasn't expecting that.
Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
Nobody doubts that you love her more than she loves you. We all know she doesn't love you. If she did, you would have dropped out a long time ago.
Walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom.
That's your heart palpitations because you're 80.
You all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
She already had a speech where they... No, fuck off. Do you think Kamala's seething a little inside? Because no matter what you think of Joe, right? I don't doubt that most of that reaction we saw there is genuine from these people. Remember, these are diehard Democrats. Do you think she's seething because she knows she never could have beaten Joe?
My dad.
Joe, you got to give him time to clap for your poor wife.
My dad used to have...
Somebody tried starting a thank you, Jill. For what, you fucking idiots?
an expression. For real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all.
Your dad never said half the things you say he said. You ever notice how many times he's got his dadicisms? My dad said hate the Negroes.
Folks. And America, I love you.
Why do you look angry saying you love America? You know, one of their big pushes right now, this has become their new thing. The Democratic Party, the Kamala campaign, it's all about joy. It's all about joy. America, I love you. it just doesn't fit. You know what I mean? None of it seems to actually go with what we're watching. I love you. Come here, I'm gonna kill you. He's done this a lot. This has been a thing going back to at least 2019, where he's supposed to be being passionate and all he can express is anger. It's the only way he knows how to show any kind of emotion. Grr, I love that bitch I married. Pope John Paul II said that already. More plagiarism. Look, I would be more surprised if you told me Biden came up with something himself than you telling me he plagiarized something. The cocktail of drugs, monkey? I suppose so, but couldn't they give him an upper? What are they giving him? Just alcohol? Did he get into Kamala's stash? We should talk about that for just a moment, because there is the rumor going around now that Kamala's a lush, that she's just drunk all the time. And hang on, we have an old friend donating. Thank you, Ricada's coked up 9-year-old. Mommy, or sorry, this is Monk. It says Monk. When President Biden sniffed my hair, we both walked away feeling weird. Nice. Yeah, the Ricada thing, that's he filed a motion to try to get the all of the evidence thrown out. We can talk about that another time. But anyway, as I was talking about Kamala, there are people saying she's drunk. And honestly, I could see it. The laughter would make a lot more sense if she was drunk. And I just want to point out that, do you remember the story we talked about where Kamala had to have a fake dinner to get ready to go to a real dinner? Do y'all remember that story? Part of it that we didn't really concentrate on is that they talked about serving alcohol at the fake dinner, but they decided against it. And if she was an alcoholic and they were trying to get her to pay attention, keeping her from drinking during that would be the way to go, because you want her to retain it instead of, being the alcoholic that she is. Seriously, her laughter makes a lot more sense if she's drunk. But anyway.
Folks, let me ask you.
Are they going to do this the whole time? Every time this idiot says something, are they going to start chanting? I get it. There was so much talk about the RNC and the enthusiasm there and how electric it felt in there. Even with what we've seen so far, and again, I believe these people genuinely like Joe Biden, this seems more forced than organic. And like, we have to prove that we love him, instead of it being genuine love. They're trying to keep him from talking. You might be right, Frosted. That's an awful white audience. Y'all noticing that?
Let me ask you.
This is Chicago. How is it so white in there?
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Okay.
Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States?
I wish he would have asked, would you have voted for me? Because that would have been funny. And pissed Kamala off.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans.
Because they require ID to get in, and we all know black people can't get ID. That's probably it. You guys, I said that when they said they were going to require these, that they didn't want black people there. You guys are right. John Jones, thank you. Will this be the biggest crowd the DNC has all week? Oh, no. They will make sure that place is packed for isn't Obama supposed to speak? And for her.
Americans, nearly 4 years ago in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath.
At least he got
to
the
you
right
and to
hand.
God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Then why did you go against the Supreme Court saying what you were doing was unconstitutional?
And to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States.
Did you guys see the report that the Republicans put out about all the foreign money that Joe's taken? I was lying. Yes, Faithless. That should be his next line.
Execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None.
What is he rambling about? Is this just a way to bring up January 6th? Is that all? Wow. This is your convention.
You cannot say you love your country only when you win.
Y'all remember Michelle Obama being ashamed of her country? Are we allowed to talk about Michael saying that? You think Joe pulled her aside and said, "Hey, you can't only love your country when you win"?
In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand.
Joe, when you start your story talking about 4 years ago, immediately jumping to "I wasn't looking at the past" is kind of a bad look. Who writes this shit? I really want to know who his speechwriter is, because we know it's not him. Look, what typically happens is somebody writes the speech, the president will go through and go, "I don't like this, we could add here." Joe hasn't done that his entire time in office because he can't. He just can't.
And the moment we had to meet, it was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue.
Busing.
Clear and present threats to our very democracy.
They're just chancing randomly again. He didn't even say anything this time. Oh my God, this is so choreographed. You couldn't wait for a break in his speech? Speaking of drunks.
And yet I believe then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
Okay.
Now it's summer.
Yes, I did say bussin'.
The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart.
Now it's summer, winter has passed. Joe, several summers and winters have come and gone since then. He's trying so hard, or his speechwriters, to give him that Reagan-esque speech, which Reagan had several of them, or even an Obama speech. "I believe in hope," or no, that's Bill. Hope and Change, Obama. I believe in a place called Hope. They're trying so desperately. They're just throwing in words. This sounds flowery.
I stand before
He should have got up here and done some slam poetry. That would have been better, at least.
you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed.
Oh, sweet irony. He's standing on this stage to tell you democracy has prevailed as they are forcing a candidate on you didn't vote for. And they're about to cheer like retards. All right. I saw a video of Jordan Peterson earlier today talking about how one of the biggest signs that somebody's going to be a liberal is being verbally retarded. I'm paraphrasing because Jordan's a much nicer guy than I am. But basically, that if you have a low verbal IQ, then you're probably a liberal. They're too stupid to realize it. Eagle, this is a group of people who 3 months ago were trying to get Kamala off the ticket with Joe. This is before Joe has his meltdown in the debate. And they're like, ooh, Kamala might cause him to lose this election. We need to think about replacing her. Who were told, now you support her. And they went, oh, now I support her. Have the riot started yet? Unfortunately not, Greg. I keep waiting.
Democracy has delivered.
Democracy delivered.
And now,
Again, he meant to say democracy has delivered. You're saying this in front of a group of people who are having a candidate forced on them, somebody they did not vote for. This is their idea of democracy. When they tell you who they are, listen. Their idea of democracy is you will take who we tell you to take. The end.
democracy must be preserved.
Hey, Joe, do a quick poll of all the people there and ask them how many cast a primary ballot for Kamala for president. They love democracy as long as they don't actually have to live under it.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history.
Can we just
Inflection
hang
before.
on? Wait. You got to get the full thing here.
You've heard me say it before.
He's waiting for the line to come up on the teleprompter right here. And you can see it. Oh my God, that's wonderful. Wait.
You've heard me say it before.
Come on, where's the words?
We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world.
Yeah, all of the other things in history where we've made decisions, they've had no impact on the future. Because that's how decisions work. Frosted, thank you. I'd have some respect for Joe if he said, my political career is over because of few people, so I'm going to tell you what I really think. First, Kamala, I'll be honest, they said I was picking a new maid, and Jill, she makes me wish I was in that car too. Wow. Thank you, Frosted. Yeah, I would have loved to. Look, Joe Biden is not happy to be here. The part of him that is still there, and there's very little of it left, is an incredibly egotistical man. He makes me seem humble. And the only reason he's doing this is because they forced him to. It's the same reason he didn't run in 2016. He wanted to run in 2016, but it was Hillary's turn. It's her turn. You just step aside and claim it's because your kid died. He didn't stop. I want you guys to realize that this is a man who supposedly didn't run for president because his son died, whose political career didn't skip a beat when his wife and daughter died. This is the guy that Ashley was just telling us has always been about women. But when his son died, he that was just too much. But when his wife and daughter died, no big deal. Joe Biden has been such a lie since the very beginning that if you pay any attention at all, it becomes inescapable to see. You're an asshole, dude.
For decades to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally.
Literally every decision affects the future, you fucking retard. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally. Well, what you just said is that there's times where decisions don't matter, which is just wrong. It's literally a matter of time being a constant move forward. No, this time stuff will matter. And not like some of those times when decisions didn't matter. We got rid of prohibition, so prohibition didn't matter. See? Forget that it gave rise to the criminal underworld in New York, Chicago, New Orleans, all across the fuck off.
We're in a battle for the very soul of America.
We are, and your side wants to cut off wieners of little boys and tell them they're girls.
I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville.
No, you didn't. You ran in 2020 because Jill said, I'm leaving you if you don't get me in the big house. You ran in 2020 because the Democratic Party leaders knew that no one else that was running of the 16 or 12, however many it was that year, I think it was 12, none of them had a chance in hell against Trump. And they knew that you had a big enough name that they could pull off the shit that they pulled and get away with it. It had nothing to do with Charlottesville. That's a fucking lie. Hey, Joe, if you were that concerned about Charlottesville, how come you didn't run because of the Charlottesville protests that happened 6 months earlier or 6 months later? That's how much you cared. Is he going to repeat the bullshit line of good people on both sides?
In August of 2017, extremists coming out of the woods.
Yeah, there was a lot of Antifa there.
Carrying torches.
Oh, God, he's doing this. I forgot about it. Can somebody find me the video of the people coming out of the woods? I've never seen it. I would love to see it. I think Joe is he saw the people with the tiki torches and it reminded him of his Klan's days. So he just expected that they were in the woods.
Bulging from their necks.
Because that's where the Klan likes to meet.
Carrying Nazi swastikas.
Wait, their necks were bulging? They were pencil neck geeks. What are you talking about? Did you guys see the people at Charlottesville with the torches? They look like Antifa members. They were such skinny little shitheads.
And chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis. What?
Isn't Kamala using communist wording right now? Unburdened by what has been.
White supremacists. The Ku Klux Klan.
Hey, Joe, speaking of the Klan, why don't y'all tell them about your friend, mentor, and teacher, Robert Byrd?
White supremacists. The Ku Klux Klan. So emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America.
You know why he's mad about that, right? Because they were disrespecting his traditions.
Old ghosts and new garments. Stirring up the oldest divisions.
Hey, Joe, can black people figure out how to get an ID? Do they know what a computer is? You want to talk about old things and new packaging? Democratic racism never went away. It still exists. You picked I'm going to pick a black woman because you didn't think that if you looked at the entire pool of people that you could find a black woman qualified, because you don't think that highly of black women. So you had to hero Whitey and be like, I'll pick a black girl. And then you couldn't even find one.
Stoking the oldest fears.
Did he really just say that? Stoking the oldest fears as he's giving a speech about how the racists are coming? All right.
Giving oxygen to the oldest forces.
Cool Frog, welcome, welcome, welcome. Getting the raid over there on the Rumble. That's what that's called. How are you tonight? Welcome to me amusing myself at Biden's expense.
That they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me.
You contacted the mother. It's on video. When I contacted the mother, she told me what happened. You were the former vice president of the United States in 2017, reportedly not even interested in politics because your son died several years beforehand. Why were you reaching out to this lady? Did you have a psychic premonition? Like, I need to call whoever's mom. It's on video, Joe. You could have watched it. I mean, to see the whole picture of when the guy's car is getting attacked, you do need to watch more than what was shown on the news. But he's just talking about her getting run over. That was everywhere. She told me what happened. Was her mom even there? Was Heather Hyde, right? Was her mom even at the event?
The president was asked what he thought had happened. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God."
He did it. God damn. This has been debunked so many times that at this point it's farcical. Donald Trump specifically excluded white supremacists and Klan members, Joe. He said there were good people on both sides. My God. He said the line, right? We probably could have played a drinking game with Joe.
That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant.
Tell the whole part of what he said and what he meant, dick.
That's when I realized. Had listened to the admonition of my dead son. I could not stay in the sidelines.
I'm sorry. Wait.
Is what he said and what he meant.
Uh-huh.
That's when I realized. Had listened to the admonition of my dead son.
Okay, we gotta. I want to see what closed captioning tells me this is, or what he said here.
I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran.
Oh, realized. Is that what he said? Okay.
I could not stay in the sidelines.
We'll listen to what he says in
so I ran.
a second. I want to read this. They just kind of skipped over him.
That's what he said.
Even closed captioning can't figure out what the fuck Joe said here.
That's when I realized.
Uh-huh.
Had to listen to the admonition of my dead son.
I had to listen to the admonition of my dead. What is admonition? Can somebody help? Seriously, I'm being honest here. What the fuck is admonition? Is that a real word that I just don't know? You ran because of a lie. Good job. Well, apparently his dead son was telling him to do it. So he was hallucinating. Admonition? I mean, maybe. But his son was dead. Why would his son be admonishing? Maybe I just don't understand that word. Somebody help me out with a definition of what he was trying to say here. Anyway, so apparently his dead son told him to run in 2019. Although it happened in 2017. All right.
I could not stay in the sidelines.
Uh-huh.
So I ran.
His dead son told him he couldn't stay on the sidelines.
Because I had no intention of running again.
Yes, you did. Stop it. It means to admonish. Okay, that's what I thought. What would the dead guy be admonishing about Trump? I mean, for all intents and purposes, Bo doesn't know Trump the politician. But apparently his ghost was paying a lot of attention to it. If Hillary could talk to Eleanor, I guess that's fair too, yeah.
Because I had no intention of running again.
Yes, you did. Stop lying.
I just lost part of my soul.
See what I mean? He wasn't going to run again because Bo died. He didn't skip a beat when his wife and daughter died. He didn't even like take a month off. The motherfucker was just like, I guess I got something else for my my repertoire when I talk about how much family means to me. Let's say that the guy who hit him was drunk. I know that'll get me some people to vote.
But I ran with a deep conviction.
No, you didn't.
In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter.
So when you were running in 2020, you were calling all the newspapers going, hey, don't forget to tell everybody what a fucking liar I've been my entire life. I mean, we have example after example, including him having to drop out of the 88 election for lying, of this man being a dishonest piece of shit. But now he's like, I believe in honesty.
And America, where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
Everybody has a fair shot. So you're going to go against Kamala saying we got to give people a head start so that everybody's equal, right? Everybody has this fucking. Thank you, Ordo. Trump is so evil that the dead rose out of the grave to not only vote for Biden, but told him to run in the first place. Yes, that is the kind of evil that Donald Trump has brought up. Jesus Christ. His dead son told him to run. Is this the first time he said that? I feel like I would have heard that if he brought that up before. I mean, he's brought up that he ran because of Charlottesville. But this is the first time I've heard him tell us that Bo told him to do it. Look how lost he looks. Oh my God.
In America, where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And
that was an applause line of us all being created equal. And you could have heard a pin drop. Wow. Wow. He pauses. There is a, okay, do y'all know how teleprompters work? It'll actually tell him to pause. And there's an applause break.
Is still very much alive and abroad.
Wow. Good God. My. Well, I mean, it explains why they're supporting a communist.
Is still very much alive.
Don't call her a commie. She's a commie. Fuck off.
And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us. More than any
And some of them are real.
time in all of history. Because of all of you.
No president in history, except the 2020 election, which was totally fair and above board. Need to say that. No president in history has increased their electoral vote, their popular vote by 10% and lost. And if you can look at what happened in 2020 and be like, no, it was entirely on the up and up, then you're just wrong. And again, I'm not even talking about ballot stuffing, ballot harvesting, people living in the middle of streets for their address and their voter registration. No. I'm just talking about the bullshit from the press. That part is easily proven. As I just pointed out, this is a guy who ran on Donald Trump's a liar. And he literally had to drop out of the 88 race for lying. These are people who lost their mind because Melania, plagiarized part of his speech. This motherfucker plagiarized his college work. Also part of his 88 dropout. It was completely a dishonest election. And if it was honest, there's no way this man gets elected president.
You in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy.
By changing election rules in the middle of an election, by allowing people's votes to count after 3 days in Pennsylvania, despite state law. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see.
As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward.
And he has done things no other president has done. He shit himself repeatedly, and we don't know that any other president was doing that on the national stage or the international stage. So, Joe, thank you for going out there and breaking barriers so that the incontinent can have the same rights you and I do. Circus Zero, thank you. This is a presidential carol. Just call him as Ebenezer Biden, and he was visited by the ghost of dead sons past. Which one do you think his wife and daughter were? They were the ghosts of I'm going to pretend they don't exist. It just sickens me that he plays up the bow thing, and he does anybody even know his dead daughter's name? Anyone? He didn't skip a beat when she died. That's how set he was. Joe Biden has wanted to be president his entire life, which should tell you everything you need to know about Joe Biden. No sane person is 5 years old and goes, I want to be president, and sticks to it.
Not going back. To stand against hate and violence in all its forms.
You might want to peek outside the convention because there's a whole bunch of people who hate Jews, that really hate Jews as you're speaking. Are you going to go stand against that, Joe? And before anybody says, you can hate Israel, fuck off. Some of these people just hate Jews, okay? Be honest about it.
Be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one.
Demonizing no one. Didn't you just lie and say that Trump said Nazis and KKK were fine people? Do you not consider that demonizing? This is we've talked about this for a long time around here, where the Democrats are, they're the party of hate and violence and fear, and then they'll play all of those cards and be like, what? It's those damn Republicans who do this shit. Tyrai, thank you. Speaking of lies, there was a Kamala ad before I could join this show that said Donald Trump condoned January 6th. Of course there was. Of course there was. They have nothing if they don't lie. I mean, literally, take any position they have and you have to lie to hold it. Guess what, Joe? Richard Spencer voted for you, bud. That is true. Or at least according to Richard Spencer.
Leaving no one behind and becoming the nation that we profess to be.
And that is also true. I mean, he has hired more men in dresses who steal from airports than any president in history.
I also ran.
And there's no going back. Thank you, Dangerous. My son died. Stop standing on your son's grave, you evil fucking cunt. And honestly, Joe, you just lied about the fine people shit. The people who let 2020 violence happen can shut the fuck up. They won't, though. The political violence of 2020, remember, he was just talking a little bit ago about in 2020 how we had a racial reckoning we had, or that we needed. What was that? It was 4 months of violence. 4 months of people's businesses being burned down, police being hit in the head with baseball bats, black men shot dead, by the people who care about racial justice. He's just they're so dishonest, and the press lets them get away with it. That is the biggest issue you guys know that saying I tell you all the time, control the language and you control everything. The press controls the language. They control our political language. What is allowed to be said. Remember, it's disinformation if you say it. When they flat out lie, well, what? We might have made an accident once or twice. They control the language. They control the narrative. And it's the press that needs to be held to account. These fucking lying assholes, if the press was doing their job, wouldn't be an issue. If the press would go out there and go, there's no actual way for you to cut off your wiener and actually be a female, then nobody would be out there going, no, see, even the press says it. I have 30 articles that say it. If they could be honest, we wouldn't have half the bullshit arguments we have right now. But they won't be honest because they're dirty fucking commies who want this shit.
Still the backbone of America.
1984 tells you, man. It tells you. Control the language.
The middle class.
You mean the ones who can't afford groceries because of you?
I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans.
You can sit there and say, I'll be president for all Americans, but when immediately you then start ripping on the other side, you're just telling us the truth. Why not just be honest? I'm a president for the Americans I believe are right, because that's what you're honestly talking about. Your administration you were putting, okay, you didn't actually put it. There was just a plan to put FBI agents in Catholic churches because the Catholics might not be with us anymore. They might be thinking about Trump a little bit. You were infiltrating groups that were like, hey, stop teaching sexuality to our little children. That is you.
Whether you voted for me or not, we have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue.
Okay. Delivered more to red states than blue. I don't know what that point is supposed to even make. We gave more money to red states. Yeah, but you were giving money specifically to these states so that you could give it to the Democratic mayors in the large cities. That more inflation, right? Danger says in what way, Joe? So if you go back to the COVID days, there's a push for federal funding to go to cities, not to the states, to actual cities, because we saw several of them, and places that didn't need the money, places that were running surpluses in their own budgets, and like, no, we have to give them this money. And so by giving it to cities, they are able to go, yeah, we did it mostly to Republican places, because there's a lot of places in states like Texas. There's a lot of liberal cities there these days. So like the crime in red states bullshit. Yes, exactly.
Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
The job of the president isn't to deliver to the Americans at all. It's to protect the Constitution and our borders. I've read the Constitution. I don't remember any part of it saying that the president has to deliver to the people. That we have to give away rich people's money to buy votes. Now, it's been a little while since I last read the Constitution, but I feel like that part would have stuck out to me. It's how communists think. It's exactly how they think.
Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, We've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever.
I mean, you did hit 40-year highs in inflation, and that's with inflation the new way. So, yeah, I mean, if you want that was progress of a sort, I suppose.
Period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me.
Kamala didn't do shit. Stop it.
Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives.
And you did what for that? More people died of COVID under Joe in the amount of time that, if you compare it directly from Trump having to deal with COVID and Biden having to deal with COVID, more people died under Biden by a lot.
We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world.
Our economy is on the brink, motherfucker. It is so fragile right now. And the only reason it was down to begin with is because you assholes shut down the country because you knew you had no chance in hell against Trump with the economy the way it was. How many times did I tell you guys at the very beginning of COVID, there is no reason to shut everything down? And that as soon as we turn the economy back on, things would be fine. How many times did I tell you all that? Oh, I got 15 million new jobs. By the way, they're expecting a new jobs report for the last fiscal year where they're expecting that they're going to have to downgrade the number of jobs that have been reported by a million, by at least a million.
Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up. Inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down.
We've talked about inflation before. Yes, like the grocery inflation, according to the numbers, all right, 1.1%, but that's on top of the 12, on top of the 13 that you paid 2 years ago. We're not going to talk about that compound inflation. No. The job numbers keep getting revised. Yes, job numbers always do get revised. For the next 2 months after a jobs report comes out, they revise them, and then they stop revising them again until the end of the fiscal year. It's not unusual for them to be revised. What is unusual is that every revision is down by, in some cases, over half. What was it? The April and May numbers? They actually, the revision down will erase either one of those months entirely. But don't worry, everything's fine.
The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do.
As for the racial wealth gap, this is again just turning the economy back on. Do you guys remember under Trump, the lowest unemployment of Latinos, or was it Asians? One of the two on record. The black unemployment rate was the highest it had been in like 40 years. Everything he's taking credit for right here. All it was okay, you guys can go back to work now. Literally it. And he's not even talking about what happened when do you guys remember when they first started letting people go back to work? Fast food places that couldn't afford it were like, we're tripling salaries. Please, somebody come work. Because at the time it was more valuable or more lucrative to stay at home than it was to go get a job.
But we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans.
You've done nothing to get Americans more health insurance. Nothing. What have you guys passed? All right. Stop with all your hate truth, Mike. I can't help it, man.
Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history.
Okay, I don't know the numbers on that. But even if it's true, the administration did nothing for that. All right.
After, as a young senator, beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices.
Wait. Is he now claiming that when he first became a senator, part of his platform was Medicaid being able to negotiate drug prices? Okay. Hey, Joe, do you remember that interview you gave right after you got elected first? And you didn't talk about lower prescription costs for seniors. You talked about how everybody should think that you're corrupt. You remember that, right? No, you don't remember that, but we do.
To give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices. We finally beat Big Pharma.
Yeah, Big Pharma really seems like they're hurting. You guys heard about all the layoffs at Pfizer? Wait, no. At Moderna, no. Yeah.
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law.
That if the law was about prescription drug price negotiations, that shouldn't have been a tie-breaking vote. Tie-breaking vote is 50-50 in the Senate, and she comes in and becomes 51 for one side or the other. And that can only happen on appropriation bills. So what you're really saying is that there wasn't a negotiation for prices. You're paying off. You had to be paying off somebody because it had to have been an appropriation bill. That's how it works. Because any other bill has to have 60% just to shut down discussion.
All the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month.
He almost said the words. Instead of insulin for $35 a month.
The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have.
Which means that's how they did it. Yep, because that means you and I are paying. Hey, we negotiated prices and promised to pay no matter what.
And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money.
You agreeing to pay all bills over $2,000 saves us money. All right.
You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole.
Oh, okay, you saved. Let's say that's true. That's $16 billion a year out of a 3 to 4, depending on which numbers they use, $1 trillion budget. That 2% or so, yes, that's gonna save us greatly. By the way, it's also wrong. It's also wrong. How many? Those are based on the Congressional Budget Act or Office being told, okay, believe this, and this. How will this bill turn out? It is not on an objective review of how the spending will work out.
It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the Big Pharma.
He just got lost in the reading.
Thank you, Kamala, too.
Kamala had nothing to do with it. I fucking love this, man.
Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world?
Remember when the bridge fell down when Joe was going there?
Donald Trump promised infrastructure week every week for 4 years. and he never built a damn thing.
Then why are y'all so mad about that wall?
But now, because of Kamala, I've done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came in office, we couldn't get anything passed?
Who said that? Stop. He's done this before. Oh my God. Remember when they said I couldn't do it? No, Joe. This is part of the nonsense that they were doing with Jill and Ashley. He's all, when he's been down, he's got back up again. When he gets knocked down, he gets back up again. Oh, you're never going to keep him down. He wants to be this champion because he's built his whole life on bullshit. Like, I stood up to the racists when I sat on the porch with the black people. He really got close on that one. When I drove a truck, which he never did, he has spent his whole life pretending to be a hero, and he's doing it again. They said I couldn't get it done. Nobody said that, Joe. Nobody said it. And especially with what we're talking about at the time of basically you spending a shit ton of money that we didn't have.
But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water.
Again, the problem with the lead pipes in Flint wasn't the pipes. They probably should be replaced. The problem was with the chemicals being put in the water that keep the lead from seeping in. They've had those lead pipes for decades. The reason that the pipes in Flint became an issue is that they switched from using one water provider to a different one, and the new water provider didn't put in the chemicals they were supposed to, and so the lead started leaking. I'm all for getting rid of fucking lead because it has the potential, but they played that up without talking about the real issue there, and it was the Democrats who did it. They went from Detroit water to Flint water. They were switching to using water from the Detroit River, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I looked up the specifics, but yeah, it was a change in water companies that caused the issue there. It wasn't the pipes themselves. Those pipes had been fine for 40 years. And then suddenly, no, it's a problem. Yeah, it was because they got cheap. Democrats decided that they were, we'll just leave it at that. Democrats did it.
Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American.
What did this motherfucker just say?
Water. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity.
Do you guys remember when Roosevelt gave everybody good internet? Look, douchebag. I know you spent billions of our tax money. This is great. I actually get to pay to give money to internet companies, to these multimedia companies. And I'm sure they're very happy for it. But those of us out here with the shitty internet aren't getting better internet from it. They're just pocketing it. They're using it to upgrade lines in cities where they can make money. Fuck off, you lying shitbag.
Electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country.
You're uniting the
We're
country.
growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life.
Yeah. Everybody's life is improved when they have to eat less, Joe.
Building a better America.
If they threw a bunch of money into new pipes, good on them for that. Like I said, I'm not against replacing lead pipes. I'm really not. The problem is it's been an issue for years, and they talked about it for years and years and years and weren't actually fixing anything. Instead, what they were doing is sending people pallets of water. And that was their long-term fix for, what, half a decade? I just hate the lying about what happened. because those lead pipes have been there for a long time. And there's probably people out there right now who have lead pipes and have no idea that they do. And it's not an issue because, well, they're not fucking it up.
So we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology?
Hey Joe, what's a woman? Can men hit harder than women? Is biology a real thing? I'm so tired of them talking about leading in anytime they say science, it just pisses me right off because they don't care about science at all. At all. They use science as a weapon, knowing that most people are too dumb to pay attention to actual science.
After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
And China. Don't forget that part, Joe. The CHIPS Act, to bring all this stuff back to America, that's not what it says. What it does say is we'll give you a whole bunch of money if you'll build something here. So basically, it's not really costing the companies much at all. And on top of that, you're allowing those companies to spend that money overseas. You lying shitbag. Christ.
And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Most jobs do not require a college degree, especially if you're talking about in manufacturing. They show you how to do it, and you just redo it over and over and over a billion times. But companies will require you to have a college degree for shit that doesn't actually require a college degree. So let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to build these. And yes, it's going to make a whole bunch of jobs. And they're going to say, we don't have anybody qualified. We need H-1B1 visas. That's what's going to happen. Intel had $8 billion already. They didn't. Yeah, Intel had the money to build in the United States. Look, these companies are not poor. But don't worry, Joe's going to give jobs to Chinese kids.
Because of you and so many electeds out there.
I'm sorry, what?
American manufacturing is back. And so many electeds out there.
Electeds? I mean, I guess technically I understand. Because of you and so many electeds. Did he mean elections or did he mean elected leaders? Sure.
American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing?
Your former boss said that. He said that in order to get manufacturing jobs back, that Donald Trump would need a magic wand. They were gone for good. That was your boss who said that. That literally, dude, it was your friend. It was your mentor. Oh God. No, wait, that was the Klan guy. No, it was Barack Obama who said we couldn't get a manufacturing back. Those jobs are gone and they're gone forever. What's he got? A magic wand?
800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
And by new, he means ones that were in place before the pandemic and then they were paused and brought back after the pandemic. Doesn't that make you wonder what the other 12 million jobs he supposedly created were?
Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products
What? Look, I disagree with the Republicans when it comes to things like free trade, but free trade became the Democrats' motto under Bill Clinton. And it was your former boss who wanted to sign the TTP, the Pacific Partnership, TCPP. I forget the acronym. But yeah, that was your boss that was going to have no tariffs or anything in the entire Pacific, with places like Japan and Taiwan and China. So what are you talking? The Republicans and others. He did say and others, so I guess technically he's not lying because the Democrats who've been pushing this are 100% involved. Oh, fuck right off, man. Jesus Christ. You have to either be politically illiterate, which I understand a lot of people are, or a liar to believe anything this man is saying right now. President Biden, thank you. The children are elected, Monk. I get an election every time I sniff a child. No, you're using the wrong word there. That's an entirely different word, sir. You're making an Asian joke.
And export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong.
Nobody else deserves a job. I realize what he's going for there. But he goes, jobs in America, where jobs belong. Hey, rest of the world. None of you guys deserve jobs. I don't know how you're going to buy our products, but yeah, you don't deserve jobs.
Every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind.
Are you saying people on government dole can't have pride, sir? How dare, are you saying they should be ashamed of it? You can't be proud without a job. Do you remember when that was a bad thing for Democrats to say?
You know you're from it, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
Unions are mostly mob fronts that let fat guys sit on their ass and suck off the teat of hardworking people. Hey, Joe, who built the mobs? Or sorry, who built the unions?
It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line.
Why?
And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. That's a fact.
Based on his good old Scranton roots. Unions have destroyed the middle class. True.
Because when unions do...
No, he's about to say something really stupid, so I'm going to let him say it, and then I'll correct him.
Because when unions do well, we all do well.
So all of the growth that has happened as unions have gone away, which you were just bragging earlier, even though you said, hey, Wall Street didn't do it, about how 401ks and the stock market have gone up. All of the advances we've made and people having a better quality of life since unions have largely gone away, we could do better if we were living more like the 60s when unions were a big thing and people were suffering. Wait, there's something with the math here that's not.
You got it, man.
They're chanting
You
Union
got it.
Joe. Hey, Joe, what union were you a part of? What was it the trucking union when you were a trucker?
I agree.
They're saying Union Joe, and you said I agree. All right. This is Joe's payoff. I told you guys they went to him and said, look, you either pull out or we destroy your legacy. And now he's getting to write his own legacy. Pay no attention to the fact that it's entirely bullshit. I think they're overcompensating on the union thing because JD Vance has them rattled about working class appeal. This has always been Joe's thing. Joe loves talking about the unions. It's how he got himself elected in the first place, because it's from a different time when unions were considered more appealing. This goes back before Reagan starts breaking unions and people start realizing once the laws change so that you can't force people into unions, you see a whole bunch of people dropping out of unions. And it has really gutted the union control. But Joe is still living back when he first wins, back when, unions meant more because people were forced to be a part of them if they wanted to work. That's how much, the unions help the middle class. But if you don't join them, you don't get to work.
I'm proud.
I'm proud.
Look.
Yeah.
Remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress?
The only time that you've so far been able to point to anything that somebody told you couldn't get done actually came from Obama. And that was when you were his vice president and weren't even running for election. I want to know all the people who told him that he couldn't get stuff done. I need to know these people because I need to have a discussion with them.
Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030.
It doesn't actually do anything to cut carbon emissions. And what you actually passed was basically a law for your EV charging station. You guys, I saw the video again earlier today of Kamala using her EV charger like it was a gas pump. I fucking love that video. The bill itself, you just said, hey, you have to do this by this time. It's meaningless. And not to mention, all you really did is spend a whole bunch of money to give a whole bunch of environmental nonsense a reason for being.
Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America.
Where are they getting the power for those charging stations, Joe? Electric cars are gay, and everyone who owns one is also gay. Did you guys see that? Where was that at? Some major freeway had to be shut down for the second time in a short period. I forget the exact numbers, but because an electric vehicle caught on fire and the fire is toxic. Not your normal toxic either. Like, hey, don't breathe anywhere near that. They had to shut down traffic until they could get the chemicals under control.
And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it.
No, we're not.
We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution.
No, the frontline benefit is the people making EVs and the EV batteries and the environmental groups that don't do anything other than steal money from hardworking people on a communist lie.
Louisiana and Delaware. Route 9. All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
That was weirdly angry. Wait.
The poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
You know why they build near the poorest neighborhoods? It's because that's where land is cheap. That's all. Joe, you get the poor people out of there, land prices will go up and they won't be able to afford to build their factories there.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system?
Wasn't he just talking about bringing back manufacturing? I mean, not all manufacturing is going to be fabs for chip building. There's other manufacturing that has to be done. Notice he didn't say anything about the pollution issues there, which, by the way, the administration's being sued over their standards.
System in the world.
I forgot what he's saying.
Without the best education system in the world.
The education system that teaches boys they can be girls. Sure.
Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well.
When they try reading at school board meetings, you guys tell them they're not allowed to read that stuff in front of adults. It's for children only.
Friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. Want to do away with the Department of Education.
Okay, we've already been over this. They can't read very well. Maybe they went to public schools. Since the Department of Education has become a thing, the illiteracy rate in the United States has gone up to 20% from being less than 1%. But how dare they want to get rid of the Department of Education? All right, Joe. All right, they can't read very well. We need the Department of Education.
Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open.
No, you guys didn't do shit. In fact, you were telling them to do what they want as their children. You were telling them that you got to get shots for babies who weren't affected by the pandemic. What are you talking about, dumbass?
And we gave public school teachers a raise.
No, you didn't. Public school teachers are paid on the state level, dummy. You might have given the states some money, but you didn't give them a raise.
We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the
way, are the Democrats coming out against college now? This is the second time in Joe's speech here where, he did it with the manufacturing jobs a moment ago, and now here, where you don't have to go to college. Are Democrats starting to move away from the indoctrination camps they had? Are they like, we got it in public schools now, we don't have to send them on to higher education?
By the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable.
How? How are you making it more affordable?
Increasing Pell Grants by $900.
No. Okay, I guess technically that would make it more affordable for that person, but it's not actually making college more affordable. You're just paying for it for them. It's still as expensive as it ever was. That doesn't. Okay. Throwing government money at something doesn't ever make it cheaper. Ever. Even if it makes it cheaper for the citizen in the long run, they haven't lowered the price. That's how you make something cheaper, is a lower price, you dumbass. The college is still charging the same amount.
Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community.
Hang on.
We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family.
Okay, I get what he's going for here. He's just running sentences together. He's saying that by lifting the burden of college education debt that they can start a family. Okay. Sorry, it's the way he's just running shit together now.
Family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy.
He had to bring that up because Kamala's made a promise of giving people $25,000 for their first home, which, by the way, is going to cause home prices to go up by about $25,000. But don't worry, they're going to make housing cheaper.
It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth.
And did you guys see, I meant to talk about this. We didn't do a show yesterday. Sorry, guys, just too much pain. But Kamala actually came out and said that we need to do this. And if you can't understand why, by giving people the money to get their houses, it's not that they get to start a family and have a good life. No. It was so that you can get property taxes. You see, if we let people buy homes, then schools and stuff get more money because people have to pay property taxes. We don't have an issue with a whole bunch of stuff not being owned, right? I mean, even banks technically will own a land if it's foreclosed on. The property taxes and stuff is paid either way, whether it's from a landlord or it's a homeowner. Somebody's paying the property tax on that stuff.
Fundamentally transformed how our economy grows.
I just love that her first answer was for taxes instead of, for anything to actually help families. It's such a democratic thing.
From the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. My dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look.
Didn't he go to Princeton?
That top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody.
Unless you're a white man.
Donald Trump.
Yale, thank you. Yale, not Princeton.
Calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive.
Because they've given him a bunch of money. And when somebody gives you millions of dollars, you better remember their first name.
Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing.
We are.
He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
Hey, Joe, how are we doing in education? You were just talking about, we have to have the best education. Is America number one in literacy? What about math skills, science, even history? What are we leading on? I was poor just like you, but look at me now. Yeesh, look at that slimy, lying cheat he's done to get rich. Yeah, I mean, one, he is not the poor kid he always tries to make himself out to be. Joe Biden is manufactured from the middle out and the bottom up. He is entirely fake. His whole life is fake. His public persona, his college achievements, his electoral achievements, his congressional it's all fake. So listen to those idiots cheer. Hey, didn't you run on saying that Trump had destroyed things? They try to have it both ways on this. You know, he says you got to make America great again, but I think America is great. By the way, here's all the things that change about America. You know, it's it. I really am thinking a lot about that Jordan Peterson thing I saw, where just vocabulary, a bad vocabulary, not understanding what language actually even means. And when you think about it with these people, they've been dumbing down their audience for so long where words don't mean anything anymore. Racism literally doesn't mean racism anymore. You can be as racist as you want as long as it's against the right people, because you don't have power or privilege, so you can't be racist. Well, I mean, they want their people dumb.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world.
Well, what do you mean by leading nation in the world? I bet you who's number one in literacy? Literacy. I think I'm spelling this right. Let's see. Okay. I should have typed this different. Which country has the highest literacy rate? There we go. Andorra, Finland, Greenland, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Norway, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and North Korea. I bet all of them would say that none of them would say the U.S. is leading the way in literacy. It's probably a Nordic country. See? I mean, when you have Democrats out there telling black people, hey, you don't have to learn actual English because you're too stupid to do it. And then they just, yeah, I couldn't learn to read anyway. What do you think is going to happen with the education system? But no other country would say they're leading the U.S. in any bullshit, Joe. That's not the way of the world anymore. What we lead in is money we give away and being the world police. People are afraid of us. And I hate saying that because I love America and I want America to be the leader, but we're just not. Joe, you just told us how you had to bribe American companies to make shit in America. And nobody would say they're better than the U.S. You're wrong. Nobody would say America isn't leading. Leading by having the most influence because people are afraid of us and want our money, sure. But does that mean we're actually leading anything? Does that mean our kids are smarter? Or you guys love to tell me about the mortality rate for black mothers. It's some of the worst in the world. It's really not. But it's so bad. Are we leading there, Joe? You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and pretend America's perfect, which is what you're basically doing. Now, how dare Donald Trump suggest that we're a nation in decline? We're not a nation in decline. We're a declined nation. The only thing waiting is somebody to stop using the American dollar for international trade. The petrodollar still rules the international markets. And if that ever stops, we're fucked. Because we got a bunch of uneducated retards voting for dummies like this who are being convinced simultaneously that the American way is wrong and it's perfect. And it won't even hit their little fucking heads. America could be great. It's just not right now.
Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America?
In what? Militarily, nobody. We have that locked down. What other way, sir? What other way?
But guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it.
We're not.
America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump.
We're not safer today than we were under Donald Trump. But I will give you, when it comes to our poor are probably the richest in the world. But that's because our government just gives them a bunch of money.
Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime.
Again, this is lies, damn lies, and statistics. When we talk about crime rates, it gets even more complicated because the numbers that get used are voluntarily reported. And so the numbers that the FBI uses, like on the number of murders, this isn't something where they're actually going through and go, oh, your precinct had 40 murders reported last year. It's whatever's being reported up. And there's nothing forcing them to report up. Lots of places don't do it. And it's amazing how, do you remember early on when the murder rate was high under Joe? And they said, no, it's not. Pandemic. Do you guys remember this? When crime rates were skyrocketing under Joe, not under Trump, under Joe. And they're like, no, murders down. We won't talk about the rest of violent crime like rape and assault and other horrible things that happen to people because those are on the rise, even as we try to hide it. The USD needs to go digital at some point. No, it doesn't.
Crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years.
No, it hasn't. You're a liar.
And crime will keep coming down when we put.
Wait, okay, we do need to also qualify that. Remember that, like in California, where they made it so it wasn't a felony to rob a store unless you took more than $950. When you make a massive change, when it used to be $200, suddenly you can steal 4 times as much and still not be a felon. Does that mean theft went down? Or does that mean you just made it more legal? What about things like marijuana crimes, where so many states have legalized marijuana, where people used to go to jail on your 4 or on your 3 strikes there, Joe? And not just jail, prison. You don't get to brag that we brought crime rates down by, deciding things weren't a crime.
Put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
The prosecutor, yeah. Speaking of locking people up for marijuana.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on. Distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I.
Oh, the distinguished and deceased senator. Okay.
Passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked.
It didn't. All of their talking points about assault weapon usage happened after the assault weapon ban.
If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence.
And if you were serious about that, you would be pushing for an end to handguns, not assault weapons. That's just fact. The number of shootings that happen with assault weapons, and by that they mean anything that looks like an AR-15 or makes them pee when they see it, compared to handgun usage, is just not even comparable. The overwhelming majority of gun crimes are done with handguns, but they care because reasons. And look, I'm not asking for them to do that. I'm not asking for them to get rid of handguns. But if they were honest about this and serious about this, they would be going after handguns. That's just honest. That's just true.
And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more.
He's not going to say America's not great, is he? He's not going to point. He's ashamed when he travels the world. Wait, wasn't Hey, I swear just a moment ago he was talking shit about Donald Trump for saying America's in decline. And now he's saying he's openly ashamed when he goes to other nations. Do those things line up in your head?
Children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States.
That's not true.
More die from a bullet
Not true.
than cancer, accidents, or anything else
Not true.
in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud.
He wants more kids to die of cancer.
We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban.
That comes from his ribs. Joe, your heart is up and to the right a little bit, dude. Wow. Maybe if he'd served in the military, they'd have shown him how to properly find his heart. I'm waiting for something to load up here. I am a lesbian if these evil folks win. I don't even know how to take Tyra. Thank you. The FDA only tracks abortions reported to them. Meanwhile, Guttmacher actually contacts clinics that do abortions, and they have over 900,000 in 2020, while the FDA only reports over 600,000 for 2021. Even with that, the number for 2023 is over 1 million. So you have Bill Clinton in the 90s come out and say abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. And you actually see at least the reported abortions drop almost by half. And since then, you've seen a push to make abortion not just normal, but almost expected. And the year that Roe v. Wade is overturned, we have more abortions than the last year it was in effect. By their own, and remember, they don't have to report this stuff. It's not mandatory. In the places where it is mandatory, like in Minnesota, where it was for a while, they got rid of the reporting requirements. And in those ones, that was specifically about how many babies were born alive. Oh, we can't tell people that they were aborted and they lived, and so we just left them there to die. And yeah, it looks really bad for our party. So please stop reporting that.
Ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks.
There's already background checks required. They love the universal background check thing, but they never point to a case where somebody that a background check stopped anything. They love to talk about the gun show loophole. Gun show loopholes. This really becomes a thing with Columbine, because some of the guns were bought at gun shows, but it wouldn't have stopped what happened, even because they used their grandfather's guns and stuff. You have these proposals that sound good. We need universal background checks. Hey, the Colorado shooter passed his background check. The Aurora guy, he passed his background check. The Sandy Hook guy failed his. Weird, right? Now, what we need is universal background checks. Sandy Hook shooter failed his background check. How many kids did he kill? 30? The Aurora shooter passed his. How many people did he kill? 30? But hey, no. What we need, we'll make everything safe with universal background checks. God, I hate these lying assholes. Sandy Hook stole a gun. He stole several guns, actually. Yeah. Here's a weird thing that happens when somebody wants to kill a bunch of people. They will find a way. They don't care about the illegality of it. They're getting ready to murder.
It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times.
Well, in fairness, you're not talking about yourself. I mean, This is complete honesty. This man is a fucking liar and has been his whole life. And there are numerous examples. How many times have we read that Joe Biden is telling that story again and the story's false? It's absolutely fake. He made it all up. Things like having driven a truck, about growing up in Scranton, being all poor and shit, which he was not poor. He changed that to middle class for a long time. His college. I mean, this is one of our favorites to talk around here because it's on video, where some guy wasn't even really questioning him, and Joe took it personal and said, I went to law school. I finished at the top of my class on a free ride, and I got 3 degrees, and none of it's true. He barely got his 1 degree. He finished 6th from the bottom in his class on a partial scholarship. The man has no shame. He will lie about anything. And if the press was honest, look, by all means, point out when Trump lies. I don't care. If he lies, he lies. Granted, a lot of time they're lies, like the one, he said his father was from Germany. He meant to say grandfather and said father. He lied about his dad being from Germany. No, he just misspoke a little bit. This motherfucker claimed he had 3 degrees. That's not a misspeaking. That is a flat lie. And if the press were honest and held him to any kind of standard on lying, no way he ever got elected, ever. How do we know this? Because when they did hold him to account, he had to drop out repeatedly. How many times did he run for president? He ran against Obama when he insinuated Obama was gay, which is one of the greatest videos of all time. So he had to drop out in 2008. 88, he ran. I don't remember if he ran in, I think he ran in 92. So at least 3 times before he becomes president. And each time the media was like, no. And they were so desperate looking at the Democratic field in 2020 that they're like, oh, fuck it, go with Biden.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad.
You're sad.
Trump continues to lie about the border.
No, he isn't.
Here's what he won't tell you.
Oh, please.
Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States.
The bipartisan strongest border bill that would allow you to lock down the border, which you can do on a whim if you want to, but still required thousands of people to be let into the country every day. That strong one, is that the one you're talking about? Hey, Jack, what's up, my friend?
Good morning.
How you doing, man?
I'm fucking tired, man. How are you?
I'm exhausted. I still haven't slept more than like 3 hours at a time for a couple of days.
Yeah, I just woke up. You must have sent me the link right as I fell asleep.
I tried catching you, but by then it had been a while since you'd even done anything. So I was hoping you were watching a video or something and just waiting.
Nah, I just sort of drifted off at some point. It's been one of those days.
Thank you, Tyrai. The clapping monkeys that continue to praise Joe proves this is a state religion. These people are zealots. Yes, they are. Again, there's no way to listen to his speech here and think it's going well if you know anything about anything. Because he's just either flat out lied or, okay, he's just flat out lied the whole time. Jack, he just told us that Trump's a liar.
Yeah. Pot kettle what?
Yeah. He never thought, I never thought I'd stand up in front of so many people and call a president a liar so many times.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I'm rubber, you're glue, you know? Like, the biggest liar in American history shouldn't really be out there throwing rocks, you know?
But he knows he can.
Yeah, of course, because these are a bunch of special needs people that'll fucking do whatever they want.
Let's see. Did CNN fact check this? Joe Biden. They fact check everything that Trump says. CNN fact-checking night 1 of the DNC. Biden untaxing billionaires. Oh, I don't think we've got to this part yet. So we'll come to this later.
Now, we negotiated with the Senate Republican. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and they acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history.
It wasn't, though. It absolutely was not. And again, for a bunch of people who are against certain bills, because it's already illegal to let illegals vote, they sure did want to take credit for giving Biden the ability to close down the border when literally he could do it in the middle of the speech.
Yeah.
Without congressional approval.
He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill. He said it would help me politically and hurt him politically.
That's the rumor you guys keep saying. I've seen no actual evidence of that, but I have no problem with Trump calling people and saying, don't vote for this bill. It's a bad bill. I have no problem at all with that because it was a bad bill. We went over it. I'm not going to relitigate the whole thing, but literally the closed border had a mandatory minimum allowed through every day with the border closed.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a terrible bill.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to actually do anything.
My God.
My God.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke.
It's not a joke.
Off script.
Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true.
Who in the press that doesn't like you? Is he really trying this shit?
Yeah. Oh, the press is against me. I had to fight them all along with some bears. I used the spiral end of my notebook to fend off a gang of looters and werewolves. Shut up, you fucking idiot.
Keep in mind, guys, this is the president of the United States. I know nobody's talking about him as such anymore because we all know that it's basically turned over to Kamala, but this is the man in charge, technically.
Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%.
Where?
Well, let's say it's true, Jack.
Okay.
For argument's sake, let's say that he took executive action and cut border crossings 50%.
Yes, that defensive line of unicorns really paid off.
Why didn't you do that on January 20th, 2021?
You know why.
If you had the ability to do it, because executive action means just he did it without congressional approval, and you could have done it, why did you wait almost 4 years until you were getting a bunch of shit in the election because of immigration? Why'd you wait so long? Why were you trying to force it through as a bill in the House and Senate instead of just doing your goddamn job? You told us earlier about the oath you took to defend the nation, and you waited until you were almost out of office to do it?
Yeah, until he was flailing so bad. Yeah.
Thank you, Dangerous. Suggesting Trump has more political power than the sitting president is maybe not something to highlight. Not something to highlight, Joe. Also, even Joe said he has no control over the border, but still did an EO. Was he lying? No. He had this power. The president has the power to close the border at any moment that he wants to. He can do it. And nobody disputes that he can do it, except for Joe when he was saying he couldn't.
Yeah. Well, like Faithless said, it wasn't needed until he'd undone everything that Trump had put in place.
Yeah.
We still had a border problem, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it was until he pulled away the Remain in Mexico policy, all the COVID restriction stuff. Yeah, it was. He created this nightmare, and now he's trying to take credit for it supposedly calming down.
He's He's trying to make Trump out to be the bad guy for killing this bill he just told us was unnecessary.
Yeah, and crap.
But it was Trump playing politics because it would make Biden look good. Yeah, that was the issue. The thing that the executive order doesn't do is have that provision where we have to have at least 4,500 people in each day.
In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And
Yeah,
unlike
right.
Trump,
there does tend to be a lull in people coming across the border in the summer months. It's really fucking hot. And they're crossing deserts in many cases to get up here.
But also there's likely more gotaways because they've moved so many resources to processing as opposed to capturing.
Well, remember, the crossings that they talk about in the gotaways, those are estimates.
Yeah, that's why I don't buy these numbers.
Yeah, that's why they go with the like the encounters at the border. Remember, part of the encounters going down is the remain in Mexico kind of policies, the asylum request, all of that shit. Yes, some of the numbers went down, but it was because they returned to Trump's plans instead of Biden's.
Yeah, they're using the same funny math that they use it to make whether or not we're in a recession,
yes,
or
yes.
the unemployment numbers. It's whatever's going to suit their agenda. It's disgusting.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, not everybody, because there's a whole bunch of retards in this arena cheering.
Yeah, but are these real people? These are communists.
Unfortunately, they are, and each one of them has a vote.
we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America.
Are you going to start talking about having sex with 12-year-olds again?
Right.
Remember the last time he brought up demonizing immigrants is when he goes into saying women are going to get raped by their sisters. They needed abortion for that for some reason. That was during the debate. I want to scream. Don't scream. Just enjoy it. Wait, what did he just say?
Saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
Wait, hang on. What was that?
Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
We're committed to protecting legal immigration, including dreamers
who are not legal.
Oh, I, and they're cheering. Not one of them just went, wait a minute. He said illegal, no, he said legal.
Country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration.
Yeah, he says legal there.
Including protecting dreamers and more. Dreamers and more. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration. Including.
It's hard to actually tell now.
Yeah, because it could be illegal, just kind of jumbled really quickly, or it could be legal. It's too close for me to tell.
I just can't believe that he would say out loud protecting illegal immigration.
Well, I mean, he did say,
especially with this being something Kamala's trying to run on strengthening, and him talking about how they've cut down illegal immigration.
Yeah. But he did say that we've given Trump reasons not to trust us. We need to reelect Donald Trump. You know, he's fumbled sentences like simple shit before.
Protecting dreamers and more.
Nicholas, thank you so much. I'm a woman, decided that 5 minutes ago. I need Harris to win in 2024 so women can progress to my hang low. If they don't, what the fuck they going to do to stop me? Shoot me? You don't want to do that with Kamala in office. Because yes, she'll shoot you. Just saying. Don't worry, they'll write stories about how horrible it was afterwards. Thank you for the donation.
And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love.
Could you be a little more specific on that? Because there's a lot of teachers just got the wrong message. Your freedom to love who you love. Democrats, could you please put in the consenting adult part of that? Don't worry, Tim Walz totally wasn't making pedos a protected class by getting rid of saying they can't be.
And your freedom to choose.
If only they had the choice not to get pregnant.
In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade that you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electrical, not allowed, not without electrical.
It's on the screen, Joe.
Look, he's tired already, okay? He's a sleepy little Joe. He's probably sniffing his daughter before he came out.
He has been getting worse and worse as the night goes on.
Yeah. Well, he looked pretty fucking out of it when they first walked him in there, and he has the wide eyes. Like, I've had a lot of Adderall, but I don't know where I am.
They pumped him up on Adderall just to get him in there. I don't know if you saw the footage of him when he first arrived.
Oh yeah, he looked like he was up on Adderall. He had the wide eyes. It was like looking at a cat that was about to attack something. You know, the really big irises there.
Yeah.
Women are not without electrical, not allowed, not without electoral or political power.
Yeah, he said the word.
Did somebody just get shot? People started cheering with not because he got the word out, but there was like a big thud.
Or political power without electoral.
See right there?
Yeah.
That's where they all cheer.
Or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024.
Now, is that women with or without a penis? I'm curious because this is a Democrat talking. Remember what I started the show telling you guys about? Or near the start of the show? At the DNC convention here, you can get free abortion pills if you're a woman, or as a man, you can get sterilized. Men, I get it that there's a lot of women out there, but as I've told you so many times, when they say something stupid, it's okay to point out they're saying something stupid. Stop being so afraid of women. There are smart women out there who aren't falling for this nonsense. And there'll be more and more of them if you start calling out the nonsense and stop tucking tail between your legs like you're a Democratic woman. And except for they do it in reverse. And standing up to stupidity. Stop being so afraid of women. This is the party of women here who cheered a woman getting beaten in the Olympics repeatedly.
Look, that's called
by
progress.
A dude.
Look. Progress.
Oh, yeah, progress.
Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court.
How come he didn't bring up Kamala right there? Is he not proud of keeping his commitment to nominate the first black vice president, female vice president?
I think they all knew that if Joe had to say something like that, he'd follow it up with, and I appointed the first black female president.
Probably. And I wouldn't be bragging about Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's an idiot.
Yeah, she is.
You could have picked in fairness, he didn't say he would, but he could have picked an intelligent, knowledgeable black woman.
I mean, he could have, but why raise
but
the
that
bar?
wasn't part. Yeah, that wasn't part of the criteria. It was just grab a black woman.
Yeah.
Make her work.
Oh, it's the Democrat white monkey.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America.
The woman who couldn't define a woman when she was being questioned about it.
Well, it was a trick question, monkey. You know how those Republicans like to pounce.
You can do anything. I'm proud.
You can do anything as long as there's a white man who's going to give it to you.
Yeah.
There you go, little black girls. As long as there's a white guy to lift you up, you can do whatever. It's so fucking racist, man.
It's
you know what,
so
Joe?
Tiresome.
If you really wanted to help and put out there that, you look at little girls, you can be whatever you want. You never would have made that promise out loud. You would have just done it. What you've done instead is made it so everybody knows that the only reason Brown Jackson is on the court is because she's a black woman. Not because she was qualified to be there, but she had the right pigmentation and genitals.
Yeah. I have to ask you, Monkey. I mean, you've been obviously doing this stream for a little while.
A little bit.
Have you felt the joy and the fun that was advertised?
No. I mentioned that earlier. These people, I mean, Joe's angry.
Yeah. Yeah. When I saw clips from Joe earlier before I fell asleep, because I think he was still talking when I fell asleep, I was like, man, this guy is just bitter.
Yeah.
He comes off as just a bitter, angry old man who doesn't even know like the context of the words. He's just angry.
Of course he's angry. This is supposed to be his coronation, not hers.
Yeah.
And he knows it. Where was that at? Tailfin said, pretty sure everyone knew that already. If you're talking about Brown Jackson not being qualified, if he had never said out loud, same thing with Kamala, if he had never made this commitment that I'm going to get me a black woman. God damn, that's racist, Joe.
Yeah.
You could have people who are arguing that he did it because of DEI, but they wouldn't know for sure. Because it's still guess. You can look at how he's behaved, blah, 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 and take cues, but you can never say for certain. He made it so that you can absolutely say for certain that the only thing that mattered is she was a black woman. That does more to set back black women than having not given her the job. It's so insanely stupid. The Logical Male, thank you. I will stand by this till I'm blue in the face, that feminism has become a culture. Just listen to Joe and his daughter speaking their talking points. Oh, it absolutely has been. It's been the point all along.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we had the Year of the Woman repeatedly, because it didn't work the first time with Hillary in 2016. So they had to have it in 2018. The Year of the Woman. It's just, it's all fucking stupid. Anyway,
But I've kept my commitment
Ooh, a troll.
to have an administration that looks like America and that taps.
I don't know what America he lives in, but dudes dressed up as women stealing luggage isn't what I think of when I think of America. Am I just living in the wrong part of America, Jack?
I guess so.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It looks like America. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You went, it looks like the Burger King Kids Club. Let's be honest. I'm actually shocked he hasn't brought in a midget in a wheelchair. Ricky Berwick should be in his administration.
Well, did you see the Timmy they brought out?
No. Did they have one?
I didn't send you that.
You might have. I didn't see it though.
Oh my God. I felt bad. Because I may have laughed.
The full talent of our nation. Most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
Wait. Slave owner descent. Why don't you put that part in there?
South Asian. By the way, he didn't say black. He said South Asian. What, you could say India?
Wait.
Including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
Black and South Asian.
I mean, I honestly don't know. Are Jamaicans considered black?
Because they're black. They're just not African American.
Yeah, because I was going to say, aren't they a mixture of the native peoples and slaves that were like escaped or whatever?
Well, the ones that her grandpa didn't put back in chains.
Yeah, because I mean, he owned like 120 slaves.
Maybe that's why Joe picked him.
And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
Dude, you missed it when Jill mentions Kamala. The look on Kamala's face was mean.
Yeah,
it was kind of hard to even look at because it was just cold-blooded.
Yeah, there's a lot of not just cattiness here, but just genuine hatred.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many politicians just hate each other.
Logical Male, thank you. Remember the huge backlash JD Vance for saying single cat women and Harrison Bucker of the KC Chiefs and the women should be focused on being mothers rather than career-minded. Again, feminism is a culture. Well, remember, women, they will look down on housewives because women should have a choice. Yeah, you don't have to convince us around here. Feminism has taken over the world. Women get away with anything. Nicholas, thank you. I'm a woman. You and me, Matt. I've been a lesbian for God, Jack.
It's been at least 5 years.
I want to say I came out as a lesbian back in 2017.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I mean, how long have I been on this show?
Oh God, I don't even know how long this show's been going now.
Yeah, because I wasn't on for the first year?
About that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, because Dax was your host or co-host, and you were a lesbian before that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like this is a new development for you.
I came out as a lesbian because of YouTube policy right after Trump is elected. So I had to be around 2017.
Yeah, I was actually guessing probably before the 2016 election when they really started cracking down on stuff. So I would say it was probably around 2015. You've been a lesbian for almost a decade, Monkey.
Well, I didn't come on here until 2016. It was September of 2016 that I joined YouTube.
Okay, so yeah, it probably was 2017 then. My bad.
Oh damn, that means my 8-year anniversary is coming up.
Yeah.
Have I been on YouTube 8 years? Damn.
Yeah, welcome, newbie.
Well, all it makes me think of is that's how long I've been dealing with this fucking spine thing.
Yeah.
My YouTube basically comes out of the boredom from being home all the time with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Mine came from greed. I was trying to get internet famous because I like money. I don't care about fame.
I like
just
money
want to
too.
get rich.
I want both. I want to be famous and rich because I need the attention, Jack. I'm an attention whore.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll give you, if we ever get big, you can have some of my fame, and I'll just be quietly rich. I'm totally cool with that.
Oh, dangerous. Yeah, he's daring to question a woman here. How dare you, sir?
Well, women aren't known for their memories. It's their tiny girl brains.
Look how lost he looks.
Look. Thank you, Kamala.
He's done this. That's twice now where they're saying thank you, Joe, and he says thank you, Kamala. She didn't do shit, dude, and we all know it. He's now okay. I just want to put the context in there because we had a big chunk of us talking in between. He said that he nominated or got the first female Black South Asian vice president, and they're saying thank you, Joe, and he's saying thank you, Kamala. He's saying thank Kamala for him picking Kamala.
Yes, well, she convinced him with a little slurp, probably. So that hawk tow, as the kids would say. But look at that pause game. He looks like Walter right there. Like Jeff Dunham.
He's always looked like Walter.
Yeah, but it's so much worse now that he just has that like flat expressions. You know, there's no passion there. They're just almost automatic expressions that he has. That affect looks very artificial. Like, I would not be surprised if his face fell off and there's robot bits under there.
Well, this is him trying to look smug. He's smug about saying thank Kamala for me picking Kamala.
Yeah.
Wow.
There is definitely some underlying anger here.
There's tons.
It's not just because he's not the nominee anymore. He's just an angry old man.
Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they...
He's not. You don't get to talk about their families and coming home when you were checking your watch with dead guys that you got killed in front of you. No.
They don't.
You got those
That's
men
why
killed.
I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange.
Agent Orange?
I was around.
Not like those toxic materials of bombs that killed them in Afghanistan.
Yeah, like the one he dropped on some aid workers.
Found during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness.
That's not what caused your son's brain cancer, sir.
It's not. There's a history of brain issues in your family, sir.
Yeah.
You've had 3 aneurysms. It's probably from the burn pit he lived next to in Puerto Rico or wherever he was.
His son was in the JAG. He wasn't on the front fucking lines. Like, it's tragic what happened to his kid. That's a horrible way to fucking die. But it doesn't mean it had to do with the cause du jour.
Not for Joe. That was a happy day in Joe's life. That's a political talking point. Dead kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like when he wheeled the press in after his wife got killed.
He hadn't had dead family members in a long time to grift off of.
Yeah, and to lie about. It's so hard to, because he's such a good liar. It's hard for a lot of people to realize that he's lying until they look into things.
And again, guys, this is what I was talking about before. The failure here isn't Biden's. Biden's just a lying piece of shit. It's the press. If the press was honest about this man, there's no way he ever becomes president. In fact, he doesn't last as a senator for more than a term.
Because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children.
Is it wrong for me to think that Joe's bragging about that because he's getting government money to his own daughter-in-law and grandchildren?
You're not supposed to notice that, or any of the other grifting that they've been doing where they're laundering money. I mean, getting jobs.
I'm never mind.
Who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
The thing for dead parents is helping 1 million veterans and their families. I have questions.
Dude, there are a lot of questions here. Real quickly, thank you, Tyrai, who says, whereas a vet, I have to prove that things in my military medical records actually are service connected. Yeah, you have to prove it and not them. That's the VA needs shut down and just create a voucher system to pay for whatever it is you need. That's it. Just make it so that you get whatever treatment you need from doctors that are going to see you in a timely manner and not question everything that you've ever done.
Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it.
What about Hunter's service? Are you proud of that? You're only proud of Bo's service because he died?
Well, you could stand on that grave. Yeah, and Hunter was thrown out.
But he did serve. You're not proud of his service?
He's proud of his service
he did
to Ukraine.
He got kicked out for cocaine repeatedly.
Delicious cocaine.
We don't know the exact number, if I remember correctly, but the rumor is 3 different stints in rehab when he was in the military. No love for Hunter, huh?
Hunter firsthand knows what the medical service is like. The military.
I just love how he picks and chooses which children he cares about. He only cares about Bo, and he only cares about Bo because Bo died, and he can use him as a talking point.
Yeah.
But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans?
Is he going to repeat this lie?
We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers.
A debunked lie.
There's no proof that this was ever said, and it doesn't come out until after Kelly's been fired for being a shitty employee.
Yeah, and everybody that was there said this is bullshit.
Yep. But it doesn't matter because the press will come out and go, John Kelly did say this.
Well, John Kelly's claims aren't backed up. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't point out that the claim has not only doesn't exist, but didn't exist before he decides he has to get Trump after being fired, but that all the people who were there went, that never happened.
Yeah. He perpetuates yet another lie here, too.
Is he going to do the one about amputees?
No, he's gonna do the very fine people one.
Oh, he already did that.
Oh, okay. I missed it.
Who in the hell does he think he is?
Who the hell does he
Who
think he
does
is?
he think he is?
You showered with your daughter when even she knew it was wrong? I'm just saying.
Yeah. I wonder how much
Seems
they
a good
paid
time.
her to introduce him.
She doesn't have to be paid for that. She's got Stockholm syndrome, man.
Oh, yeah.
There's no words for a person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not.
What the fuck?
No words.
There's no words
for a person.
For a person.
They're not the words of a person.
They're not the words of a person.
Not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period.
This is written down.
Yes.
He's reading this. This is the president of the United States.
Yes, it is.
Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that.
I don't even know what you just said.
I mean that thing stuff.
I mean those words that I just threw out because I think in my head they made sense. What?
They really should have had closed captioning with just the speech itself, not what he's actually saying.
Everybody be like, "What's wrong with the closed captioning?" You know.
I turned on closed captioning earlier, Jack, and the one part he was mumbling through, the closed captioning just skipped. It was like, I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, you're confusing even the AI. Good job, Joe. Skynet's confused by what you're rambling about. That's how we're going to actually defeat Skynet. It's just going to be overload from old Joe Biden's speeches that it can't understand.
My heart.
Real quickly, sorry. Thank you, Tyrai. The same chief of staff that had the numbers shifted in Syria to appear that he was following a standing president's order. Yep. He lied to the president to disobey a direct order.
Yep.
Joe Kelly is not trustworthy.
Oh, Dark Conservatarian, thank you for that feminist $12. Off topic, but I listened to your coverage of that Medium writer talking about the rape a couple shows ago. Good Lord, no wonder why people say that feminism, ironically enough, perpetuates rape. It absolutely does.
Yeah, absolutely. Those articles, man.
You want to know how much it perpetuates rape? They are so in love with the idea of abortion that they used a child who was raped to push their abortion narrative without ever mentioning the raping of the child.
Or the fact that they went out of state to cover up the fact that the child was raped.
Yeah. It is absolutely disgusting what feminists do and the danger they put women in.
Yeah. And the fact that they're willing to make those cover-ups is so horrifyingly reprehensible. Like that act is more disgusting than the abortion in many cases for me. Like you're covering up the rape of a child so that you can push your stupid dead baby program for Moloch or whatever. People are sick.
Hey, Thomas, I get that you're trying to be a jackass and you're free to talk in the chat, but if you keep spamming with just random shit, we will block you.
Yeah,
you can talk, but do not spam, jackass. I get it. You're a retard. You only know to repeat, but stop spamming my chat. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
Donald Jail Trump is not as funny as you seem to think it is. It's just lame.
Yeah.
Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down.
He's never bowed down to Putin, but how about Xi Jinping? Did you ever get $5 million from him?
Yeah. Hey, and you're not bowing down to Putin. How's that worked out with you and your Democratic predecessor as president? Under which of you has Putin gained more ground? Under Trump or under you and Obama?
Yeah.
No. All right.
When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters.
What?
So you decided to add a bunch of countries to piss off Putin after he complained that the NATO had expanded too much and he felt threatened by him. You added more countries.
When Trump left office, NATO was its strongest point it had been in a long time because our allies were finally keeping up their obligations.
Yeah, and there was no problems with Russia.
Yeah,
or at least minimal problems. Russia was still, Russia, but it wasn't a direct threat to Europe at the moment. And then you come into office and suddenly there's a war.
right. Trump had things so bad over there that Putin didn't even want to invade. What? Sure.
Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world.
Yeah, the little fucker over there in North Korea went, ooh, we should probably stop fucking with them.
Yeah, because Trump was a wild card and he might throw a nuke at somebody.
Which they've been doing since George Herbert Walker Bush.
And everybody was capitulating like, oh, North Korea's getting fired up. Let's give them some money.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump's like, fuck you.
Trump's like, let's go.
My button works.
He was talking earlier about how America leads. Nobody was fucking with us do you remember when he stood up to China and like, oh my God, China's they're gonna come after us, and China went, yeah, we can deal with you.
Yeah, because China respects power.
Yep.
The same way that the Canadians and the Mexicans did when we said we're redoing this NAFTA bullshit.
Yeah, that is a good point. Faithless says NATO got so uppity after Trump they started expanding and pissed off Russia. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, and that was a dangerously stupid move. And Biden continues these stupid policies of angering people for no reason. Ukraine got invaded. We got all these other problems going on in the world. Iran's acting up. None of this was happening under Trump. He didn't get us in any new wars. He was getting us out of Afghanistan. He was getting us out of Syria, or at least trying to. And he was getting us out of Iraq.
Mofo, I'm not forgetting you guys in Rumble chat. There's very little I've even mentioned about chat. I always feel bad when somebody says that.
Don't feel special, Mofo. He ignores all of chat.
I ignore everybody.
He ignores both.
I'm like Biden when black people are around who can't do things for my career. I just ignore you.
Like his hero, Bird.
Sorry.
Gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total. Them and my counterparts are heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO.
Wait, what?
They changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total. Them and my counterparts are heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO.
So what? He spent 190 hours fixing NATO. I spent 120 in Skyrim. So you spent barely more time than I did in Skyrim fixing NATO. Dude, that's fucking pathetic. That's literally like 3 weeks of a regular job.
Monkey would ignore Jack if he didn't interrupt. That's not true. I've ignored him when he has interrupted.
That is accurate. But I don't take that personally. Neither should you.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have a thought that has to come out.
Yeah, I'd say in fairness, you've done the same to me. It's like, no, this one thought I'm going to get out.
Yeah. We've done it. We've worked together a long enough time that you realize that people aren't necessarily doing it to insult you personally.
Right.
Sometimes you just have to finish your sentence and get an idea out.
There's times, especially because if we did the math, I bet we'd find out I probably talk 2/3 of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But on certain topics, you are very passionate about it, and I want to cut in, but you're on a roll. I'm like, nope, and I have to purposefully try to remember what it is I was going to say because I'm listening to you and trying to hold on to the thought.
Yeah, I have problems with that because sometimes you end up saying what I was going to say, and then I say it again, and I look like a retard. But I have the memory span of a goldfish at this point because it's 3 a.m. or whatever. But we do step on each other sometimes. It just happens when you're streaming, especially if you are passionate about it because you're all fired up, and then you end up stepping on someone.
For me, the problem comes in is you're not a stupid man, so you don't just repeat. And so you'll say something like, "Oh, I have a thought on that," and you'll keep going on your thought, but the thought expands to a relevant topic, and I'm like, "Oh, wait, I have a thought on that too." Shit, what was my other thought?
Yeah. And as we age, we're more forgetful.
If you were more, let's say, liberal and just repeated the same thing over and over, it would make my job a lot easier.
Yeah, sorry.
I
generally am your Ed McMahon.
If you were like that, you wouldn't be on the show.
Ha ha! God, his fake laugh was so annoying. But yeah,
I never minded Ed.
It was very hit and miss for me because sometimes it was just so artificial.
Yeah.
But also there's the problem that sometimes we get a slight lag.
Oh, sure.
So I hear you pause, but that is 2 seconds in the past. So you've already started your next sentence when I think you've paused. So I jump in and I end up just trampling all over what you're saying. And that really sucks because I feel like such a dick when I do that.
I just looked at the screen with Biden because I haven't really been watching. I've been listening.
Yeah.
Wow. Where am I? He looks so bad. He really does. And I do mean this sincerely. Let this man fucking retire and go to the home he deserves to be in right now.
Yeah. Somebody said it in chat earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot who, but they said the October surprise might be that Joe steps down and lets Kamala take over for like a month.
I could see that happening. I mean, they have that bullet in the gun. There's so many ways to use him going away to influence the election.
Yes, and I was thinking that this is because somebody called this his farewell speech.
Yes, many people have.
They're going to make him step down after this speech, within a week.
You did see they had U-Hauls at the White House today, right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm not surprised.
They had U-Haul trucks at the White House, which is a little bit early for Biden to be leaving.
Yeah, a little bit. But maybe they're like Hillary and they're stealing the China.
Could be.
Those are our plates now.
Steal all the D's from the keyboards.
I mean, would you put it past them?
No, I mean, they literally did that with the W's when Obama won, remember?
Yeah. Fucking pathetic.
Or when W wins, the Clinton people. Sorry.
We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO.
That didn't unite them like they hadn't been in years. You just expanded NATO for no fucking reason.
Oh no, it had a reason to piss off the Russians because they invaded his money laundering. I mean, they invaded Ukraine where the all American biolabs were. I mean, nothing to see here.
"10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now." Well, guess what?
What?
Yeah. Like Toby just said, added more freeloaders to NATO. But yeah, the United Europe that's so not afraid of Putin has almost no standing army because they expect us to do everything for them.
Yep. It's the first time they haven't worked. All right. Kissinger but right before he died, the doddering old man called me to talk about Napoleon.
Yeah. Look at that pause game.
You convinced me, Joe.
I'm president.
Faithless says bullshit. Europe is in terror of Russia. Of course they are. Why do you think that they keep going? Hey, if Russia gets Ukraine, they're going to come into Poland. How can you sit here and say they're not afraid when that's literally your excuse for why you're giving money to Ukraine?
Yeah, well, we've been dumping blood and treasure into that shithole, and you cut and run in Afghanistan like it was Vietnam. And let's not forget, not only do they not have a standing army, they were relying on Russia for gas.
Yes. And I don't, this has happened so many times in the speech where he says something that doesn't even go with the narrative that they push.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both afraid of Russia, not afraid of Russia. The Red Menace is going to recreate the Iron Curtain, but nobody's afraid of them. What?
We got to give them this money or they're going to go into Poland.
What?
And that's Ukraine's job to kill the Polish.
Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
Do you want to talk about the Ukrainians that Zelensky was killing before this started, or do you want to talk about how the Donbass region is basically controlled by the Russians in free Ukraine?
Yeah, and Putin didn't take Kiev because he didn't want to.
Exactly.
He absolutely could take any city in Ukraine if he decided to.
He had Kiev surrounded. The mayor of Kiev said, "We're fucked."
Yeah.
And it was Putin pulling out that kept him from taking Kiev. Kiev. I hate how they've changed the name.
Yeah. It's
Michelle,
Kiev.
Thank you. Have you seen the recent debate with Destiny and AJW? I have not. I haven't watched much of Destiny recently.
Yeah, he's been going full TDS.
I haven't watched much of Sean lately. AJW's Actual Justice Warrior. I haven't watched much of Sean recently either. I've mostly been watching nonsense and staying away from politics in my free time because I know what we're coming into. This. Hey, when you're talking about the free Ukraine being free, what about press wise or having a different opinion wise?
I'm kind of curious what he thinks about the Ukrainians invading Russia now, because he doesn't talk about that.
What is this woman wearing? That looks like a clown outfit.
It does, but look, did you see the people that are going to this thing? It's a fucking clown show.
Okay. And she's giving the Black Power fist. I guess for the Black Ukrainians.
Yes.
There's a ton of them.
The totally not racist Nazis of the Ukraine.
Are there even Black Ukrainians?
I highly doubt. Not any free ones, no.
I love the power fist, though.
When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
Suppresses a bunch of disingenuous liars.
What do you mean nobody's saying that now? There's lots of people still saying that.
Nobody credible because they're right-wing white supremacists, obviously.
That was the mayor of Chicken Kiev. Stop it. Well played indeed. I that made me forget my thought. I got to go hear what this dumbass said again. Oh, China, right?
They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
The biggest reason that the talk about China overtaking us, and that would be mostly economically, is because of the housing crisis they had there. And they're recovering from it just fine because they're just using our money to do it. But he keeps doing this. Nobody's saying that now. except for those reporters that hate me.
And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
Oh, peace and security to the Middle East, like the Abraham Accords? Or the war in Israel and the Palestinians, or the Houthis, or Hezbollah, or any of the other things that you've allowed to happen?
Yeah. This is one of those things as a Democrat, you should, I get it. You have to talk about saving the Gazans or they'll burn down where you're at. But you should probably just keep your mouth shut about peace in the Middle East, because when Trump is leaving office, we're seeing the Abraham Accords spread across the Middle East. We're seeing countries who refused for decades to acknowledge Israel working with them because they realized, hey, Jews got money.
Yeah, and they like to buy stuff too.
Yeah.
Like other people. So we should take their money. Instead, he goes out there and stirs up the pot, and everybody's beating the shit out of each other again.
Yeah.
And we're looking at like a major war in the Middle East, the way things are going. But no, we're going to fix it because we broke it.
And the truth of the matter is, with Trump as president, he probably wouldn't have done anything much different than we're doing right now with what's going on in the Middle East there. But they were afraid of him and didn't know if he would or not.
Yeah.
All that shit about the world didn't trust him, that actually worked to our advantage.
Yeah, as it should. You should be slightly aloof so people don't know if you're going to kill them or not, because that's how the world functions, sadly.
Well, you're dealing with barbaric people who enjoyed killing babies with their bare hands, and I'm supposed to cry because those same barbarians get blown up when they're purposefully hanging out in a crowd of kids. Get fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't trust the 7th century barbarians that you love so much. Oh, it's peaceful.
Did you see any of the videos from outside today? There was this one guy who was saying that all Palestinians are Hamas. And this isn't a right winger who's saying it. This is a Hamas supporter.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely terror supporters.
Yes,
and it's so funny seeing the Queers for Palestine and like gay, trans, and Palestinian are all the same, or whatever that banner was. It's ludicrous. These people are fucking dumb. They would all be killed once their usefulness was at an end.
Mm-hmm. Hell, they'd be killed in the middle of it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that.
How many times now has he brought us closer to peace? He keeps saying this.
Yes, and yet we're on the verge of war in like half a dozen places that he's claiming.
I wrote a peace treaty. No, you didn't. First of all, you couldn't even spell peace treaty in your current state.
Yeah.
But this started with Gaza and Israel. Well, Gaza's part of Israel, but Hamas and Israel. And it expanded to the Houthis and the Hamas up in Lebanon. The more you get us closer to peace, the more terrorist groups get involved, Joe.
Weird how that happens, isn't it?
Don't worry, this time it's going to work because we're closer than we've ever been to the peace that was there before Joe.
Yeah.
A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
You mean the shit that Hamas steals?
Yeah, your aid and comfort to the enemy.
Oh, God.
10.
Okay, this was done on purpose because of the protesters. He literally is bragging about aid and comfort to the enemy.
Oh yeah,
you should be brought up on treason charges, sir.
Yeah, because they are terrorists by our government's own standard. Also, I'm pretty sure around this point is when he says that the protesters outside had a point.
He doesn't.
Hmm.
Oh,
You're right. You're right. He doesn't.
I haven't watched it, so I don't know.
No, I've only seen little clips of this today. I am so regretful that I slept through the first couple hours of this stream, dude, because so much of the clips I've seen are completely batshit insane.
Oh,
These
they
people
are
are nuts.
Good morning, baby. I love you.
Hi, Lady Monkey.
The civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
If you actually cared about ending this war, you would be going after Hamas. You would not be sitting here sucking their balls. Because what you just did is assure that they are not going to surrender. They're going to keep going because they know that you're going to get them more supplies.
Yep.
Dick. But this was done to try to prevent 1968 from breaking out. And how dare you, sir? I have been waiting for that.
I know. It's one of the only things we've been looking forward to about this nonsense. Every Band-Aid Joe buys is a nickel that Hamas could spend on a bullet.
Yep. Six dead hostages were just retrieved. Hey, but he's getting them back to their family. It's okay.
Yeah.
He didn't say get them back alive. He just said he'd reunite them.
He doesn't care about that. Just ask anybody in Afghanistan.
That troll didn't last long. They never do if they have to speak for themselves.
Yeah, it's tiring typing out the same stupid drivel that they always have to do.
And differing opinions are allowed in chat, and you guys can have your little arguments as long as everybody's, not getting too nasty about it. But spam, no, you're not fucking up our chat.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point.
You're welcome.
That's the American president right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his mentor was a member of the Klan, so hating Jews is up there. So I suppose
a lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
Oh, wait.
Well, did he just say both sides?
Did he just say both sides? Innocent people, both sides? Uh-oh.
A Zionist much, Mr. President?
He just said the terrorists were good people on both sides. No. Stop calling the Palestinians innocent. Okay, they're not. They're part of this. People like, when was their last election? Well, their last election was to put in the people who stopped having elections, who they still support. They can find the guns and stuff to kill Jews, but not to kill the Hamas people that they don't support. And let's not forget, we've already caught the UN helping the terrorists. We've caught the the civilians harboring the fucking kidnappees.
Well, they were holding the hostages. Yeah. Because Hamas even admitted that there were people that were being held hostage that they didn't have any control over.
Yes.
Because the Palestinian citizens were doing it.
Yeah, that's why that part of the reason that they couldn't agree to the terms is because they didn't even know where we don't even have all the hostages. Well, who has them? Oh, that's right, the Palestinians. The peace-loving Palestinians who were under an occupation with literally nobody occupying them.
Yeah. It's the old noble savage talking point from like the American Indians.
Yep.
It's they just want peace and hug trees and hunt buffalo. You just don't understand their beautiful culture of murder and cannibalism.
This is part of the problem with everybody in the West thinking the entire world thinks like they do.
Yep.
Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history. But they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it.
You just told us that the protesters who are there for the Palestinians have a point, but you're going to make sure you're going to bring everybody home.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to bribe them like you did with Iran?
It's simple. Give us our people or we're getting involved. That's it.
Yeah.
Give us our people or we will rain. We won't even have to put troops on the ground. We will just rain hell from the sky until you do.
Folks,
we'll make Gaza look like those fake pictures that Gaza supposedly looks like.
5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it.
With everybody calling this his farewell speech, I half expected him to announce he was stepping down.
I did too.
Yeah. Instead, he decided to say the terrorists have a point. You released a guy called the Lord of War. Hey, we got a WNBA player out of that deal.
Yeah. Did you see the Russians just took another person, arrested another person for some made-up bullshit crime?
No, but I'm not shocked.
Yeah, why not? They have a free money supply now.
And if we're being honest about the some of the Americans that were brought back, they absolutely were spies.
Most likely, yeah.
They were. I mean, the one reporter, there's no doubt that man was a spy. And I'm glad we got him home because he was spying for us. And that's, we got to take care of our people. But they love the wrongfully detained line.
Yeah.
Just because we let spies go doesn't mean the rest of the world does.
Yeah.
We hire them for congressional staff.
Done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president.
It's been the honor of my lifetime. It's been the only thing that's ever mattered to me, even more than my children and my wife and everything.
It's the only thing he remembers doing.
It hasn't been the honor of your lifetime. It has been the only reason you exist. It has been your selfish goal your entire life.
I love the job, but I love my country more.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Why are you going to lie?
I love my country more.
No, you don't.
Well, he may be referring to his country of China.
China? Yeah. You have a point there.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
Wait. They start chanting over him as he's talking about people saying he should step down. Hang on.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
Okay, what he says is all this talk of the people saying I'm angry about the people who said I should step down. That's not true. Yes, it is.
Yeah. How would you not be angry about the way that he got railroaded into moving out?
Look, I 100% believe he needed to and actually should be removed from office. But this is a very vain man.
Oh, absolutely. Plus, he's a much easier candidate to beat. Let's be honest.
Look, go back just a little while and how angry he was when people were telling him he needed to step out of the race.
Yeah.
I'm not angry. I'm not. Shut up, Joe. You get angry when you wake up because you have dementia, and that's part of the symptoms.
Yeah, he's like that woman that you said calm down, and she's like, I am calm.
Yes. Every time they try chanting "We love Joe," they fuck it up. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, I'm
Jack,
pretty sure there's some guy in the audience going, "Let's go, Brandon," and it throws everyone off.
there's a point. I was looking for the Biden specific stuff for tonight. I did not watch this whole thing, and you can tell because this is 6 hours and we're only at 4. This would be like we'd be at hour 18 by now.
Yeah.
But Chris Coons talks before this, before Jill. He's the last one to speak. And I didn't watch all of it, but I did catch where he was trying to get them to chant it. And there's a chant of "We love Joe," but they keep focusing on people and none of their lips are in sync.
Yeah. There's been a lot of rumors that they're using canned clapper noises.
They are. They clearly are.
Yeah, and it would surprise me if the chanting is part of that. There's a lot of shenanigans going on with some of these speeches.
Look, they're not even chanting. She's crying.
It's so beautiful.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote.
Will it count like their vote did in the primary?
Yeah, where you're like, nah, we're just gonna put this other lady in.
Every vote counts except for in the Democratic primary.
We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump.
That sounds like a call to violence.
It really does. It really does.
Kamala and Tim. President.
Why is he so angry?
And Vice President of the United States of America. Look.
Wait, what?
And Vice President of the United States of America. President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy.
Didn't she basically tell us she's going to implement price controls?
Yes, that's going to grow the economy, monkey, like it did in China, Cuba, Venezuela, and Russia.
Can anybody name a place where price controls were implemented and actually used that survived, that thrived? She's going to lead the way forward. Look, they're communists. They just are.
Yeah.
Lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We made incredible progress. We have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food.
How come you won't? It's so important to you. This has been the honor of your lifetime, and this work needs to keep going. How come you're not the nominee? That everybody voted for you.
Shh, just let it happen.
He loves his country. It didn't even work in World of Warcraft. Yes. Why are you stepping aside, sir?
He's leading. That's what, he was always there to like set it up for her, so that America could get used to the idea of an incompetent person as president.
They'll keep taking.
Wait, did you see that? Wait. Hang on. They've moved the camera because this keeps getting in Kamala's way.
Yeah.
They shifted the camera over here. Okay, I just think that's funny. Whoever was planning this out didn't plan not to have the giant placards in front of her face, so there's several times they cut to her, Jack, and she's the only one you can't see. As it says, "We love Biden," where her face should be.
The irony is pretty astonishing.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
They'll keep taking on Big Pharma and making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America.
You mean like Trump did?
Nah, bruh. Like Kamala only could do. She's going to suck our way to financial independence.
And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone.
That sounds like a takeover of the medical field. Of insurance.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to force labor on people.
What's it called when the government takes over business?
Oh, I believe that's called nationalization.
Yeah. Frank, thanks so much. Good morning. Heading back to the beginning. Enjoy. It's been a long one.
Morning, Frank. You'll hear my voice in like 2.5 hours.
And folks, that's going to...
Joe, I am tired. Are you almost done?
No. He's never done. You bigot. Also, thank you, Tyree. His fellow Democrats helped grow the black market economy. They also helped give criminals jobs while removing jobs from law-abiding citizens. Oh, absolutely.
Wait. Not just jobs, but housing, as they put illegals in there.
Yeah. I saw a thing the other day that a third of the 30% of the hospital visits in New York were illegal aliens, and most of them were routine things that you could do with your regular doctor. So, like getting prescriptions for glasses and stuff like that. That's disgusting, and it's dragging out wait times.
People keep mentioning Tampon Tim in chat. I heard the greatest thing today, and I don't know how I hadn't heard it before or thought of it myself. Just calling him Timpon.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's so good. Why didn't I think of that?
I think people were saving that for Tim Pool because he's bald already.
Oh, that's I mean, it'll work for him too, because he looks like one.
I mean, seriously, how easily could you Photoshop Tim Pool's face on the head of a tampon and it would line up perfectly? Where Timmy Walls here, he's got a weirder shaped head.
One. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars.
No, it won't. It'll just be pushed onto taxes instead of direct payments. You dumb motherfucker. Because that money's still going to get paid. It just won't be by the person getting the medical care. Or in this case, the insurance, you dumb son of a bitch.
Right.
You can't do that with insurance. Insurance has to be based on the actuarial tables. Because if you just cap everything, then they're going to run out of money.
No, they have all those profits, monkey. All those taxable profits.
Yeah, except for insurance companies don't. They have a very small profit or margin of profit that they're even allowed to make.
No, that you don't understand economics. Look, these people went to college, and that makes them knowledgeable in everything. They've told me so, because that's the the democratic socialist way.
What they're talking about here is literally the destruction of healthcare in America.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the creation of like bread lines and going back to government food standards, so you can expect some bugs in your food.
Oh God, I'm sorry I've started yawning. Like I said, I got about 3 hours of sleep last night, and I'm ready to get back to it. I've watched Joe Biden for 3 hours now. I deserve a Medal of Freedom for this.
Folks, they'll make housing more affordable.
No, they won't. Actually, her plan is guaranteed to make housing more expensive.
Yeah,
by about $25,000.
And on top of that, with all the illegals snapping up the government housing, you're going to have a lot more homeless people that are Americans, while the saints and freeloaders, newcomers, get more handouts. We're going to have the same problem Britain's got right now, where people are getting sick of that shit. Give it a few more years.
People are already sick of it. That's why it's become such an issue for them, and why Biden had to try to fight back against all the illegal immigration, because even Democrats are pissed off with it.
Building 3 million new homes.
The government's going to build 3 million new homes.
Yeah, they'll be like the great housing they had in Katrina's aftermath. You know, with all the formaldehyde and everything.
Hey, Joe, when you build these, I have a recommendation for what you should name them. Ghettos.
Yeah. Bidenvilles.
The federal government should not be building housing. I'm just saying.
Providing 25.
Go ahead.
Are you trying to tell me you don't want substandard housing built by a government contractor that's going to take 7 times as long as any other project?
Jack, I've lived in government housing. I'm a Navy brat.
Yes, you know the joys of all that fabulous free housing you're going to get.
Let me tell you a story about government housing. When I lived in Virginia Beach, we lived in a place called Carper Housing. It was for Navy families. This is a townhouse development that was being developed by a private entity that ran out of money, so they cheaply sold it to the government. And the government comes in and finishes it. And 15 years later, they had to go through and replace all the floors in it because the walls in between the units were so heavy, they were sinking. Virginia Beach is a swamp, and every building there is sinking a little bit each year. But they didn't plan it properly, so they were actually sinking so fast it was causing all the floors to bow up and break.
That's reassuring, isn't it?
There's your government housing, guys. Yeah.
Don't worry, we're gonna fix this in a few years. Just don't put anything on the floor. Wait, what?
Yeah, last time I was in Virginia Beach, they'd actually flattened the whole place.
Oh, I'm not surprised with building construction like that.
$5,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer.
And that's what I was talking about, the $25,000. And actually, cost is going to go up even more than that because they'll calculate it into the overall price of it, which will increase it because, you don't pay next year. You pay over 30 years. So expect home prices to go up by an average of about $50K.
More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants new tax on imported goods.
No, notice what he just said. More than the 10 that we approved. Have house prices gone down since they gave the $10,000 to new-time buyers?
Nope.
New first-time buyers? Don't worry, guys. This time it'll work.
Yeah, we just gotta raise the numbers a little more. Then it'll work.
Fuck.
Food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim.
Don't forget the part where Trump, as part of the tariffs you were just trying to mention, was talking about getting rid of the income tax and doing it that way.
Yeah, and he gave a pretty good speech. I don't remember when it was, but it was very recently, where he said that we need to start making products domestically because we learned from the pandemic that if we rely on other countries, our necessities will run out.
Yeah.
So he wants to put in an export or an import tariff so that we're encouraged to make stuff here, and then we don't have to import it. You can get your stuff faster. I don't think that's a bad idea for essentials.
Let me promise you, I would rather pay $3,900 in taxes a year versus what I pay in federal tax.
Oh my God! Yeah.
In fact, I would rather pay double $3,900. I would rather pay what's that, $7,800. I'd rather pay that than what I pay in federal income tax. So you're not really warning me off of Trump here, jackass.
Yeah, plus so much of this stuff has already gone up in price. It's ridiculous how much stuff costs.
No. Inflation isn't real. I mean, it's real, but it's a good thing because this way you can sell all your stuff and buy new stuff. I read it on Medium. And
Yeah.
heat your house with trash. God, that article was so fun. We should get it and read it on here one day. Frosted,
Yeah.
are you out there? Do you still have that one? Because we never read it on here. How to beat inflation by burning all of your trash.
We'll make the child care tax credit permanent.
The child tax credit is permanent.
Yeah, Trump said he wanted to raise the child tax credit, and of course they had to raise it more.
That's what he's talking about here, because there was an increase during the pandemic, and that's what he wants to make permanent.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead.
Kamala told me that doing that did lift all those people. How many millions of poor kids are there?
There's so many millions.
Jesus. It's amazing we don't look like, the streets of Calcutta with all the, I guess Los Angeles is getting there.
Yeah, they're working on it.
But you know what Trump has?
A record that isn't wars and inflation.
More hair.
A wife that didn't, kill your ex-wife to get you. I have a new theory that Jill and Joe worked together 48-hour style to get rid of his first wife.
Oh, that's good.
He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years.
I know what he was trying to say there.
Yeah, there was no outside influence to that, though.
Yeah, pay no attention to the pandemic and all the spending that you and your homies were fully on board with.
Yeah, when you weren't shutting everything down.
Debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy.
Tax cut for everybody. The reason it seems like the wealthy got a bigger tax cut is dollar for dollar. It was across the board, but they pay more. If you have $100 and have to pay 50, and I have $1 and have to pay 50 cents, we both paid the same percentage, but you still have a shit ton more money than me. It's a tax cut for the rich. They've been saying that since it was passed, and actually even before then, and they've lied about it literally every time they've said it. And not once has the press called them out for it.
Oh, why would they want to do that?
Rodline, thank you. Do Kamala and Hillary shop at the same pantsuit store? Kamala's image is entirely based on Hillary. 100%.
Yeah. Shady Grin sent me this old photo of Hillary and Kamala. And dear God, they have the same creepy stare and smile. It's horrifying. It's total nightmare fuel.
There's a reason I've been calling her Hillary 2.0 since 2019.
Oh, yeah. She's totally brown Hillary.
Yeah.
Well, Trump has
which, ironically, if she was brown, Bill might actually fuck her.
Well, maybe not willingly.
She'd have to be underage.
The plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt.
I like how every time somebody boos because they're agreeing with him, he takes it like they're like they're against him.
Yeah, and he's done it repeatedly in this. You can cut $5 billion, and you said your own plan would cut $160 billion. So why couldn't he cut those taxes? That would put us further in debt. Not if we cut, say, I don't know, the Department of Education. What is the Department of Education budget each year? Any idea?
That's a good question.
Education budget. Let's see.
Education. I gotta learn how to
Fiscal
spell it.
year budget request. Oh, they're gonna make me read a PDF. God damn it. I just want the total. What's the total you want? Fuck. I don't have time to scroll through all this. I'm sure it's billions of dollars.
It was 76 billion.
76 billion. See, Trump would pay for his $5 billion tax cut 13 times over just by getting rid of the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Look, he saved us even more money.
Well, he's just saving us money left, right, and center, good sir.
And folks, you know, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%.
On their wealth or their income? Which one? And as far as I know, those 1,000 billionaires didn't write the tax code.
No, they're taking advantage of the tax code you clowns wrote for your own benefit. So if you don't like it, change the fucking tax code. You want everybody to pay their fair share. Institute a fair tax where everybody pays the same percentage. Oh, you're not going to do that?
It's just funny to me that they never get specific. Are they paying 6% on their income? Because I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
Now, if you're saying that's what they're paying after they take all of the deductions they're allowed to, then that's not on them at all. It's like when Hillary said to Trump that he didn't pay any taxes, and he said, because I'm smart.
Yeah, and he's not wrong. He's just being honest about it.
Yeah.
And he's not shy about saying I took every fucking loophole I could, because who won? What dumbass is going to turn down a tax credit or a deduction that they can make? That's stupid. You're terrible at money, and you're going to go
remind
broke.
me who's in charge of the federal government right now?
Democrats.
And can you remind me who runs the Treasury Department right now?
The Democrats.
Which would include the IRS, yes?
Yes.
How many of these 1,000 billionaires have been brought up on tax evasion charges?
None. Because they have good accountants.
Because they haven't done anything illegal? It's all the system you helped set up?
Yeah. Even with the small percentage that they do pay, which, I don't blame them. I guarantee you Elon Musk has paid more in taxes than small countries' GDPs.
The rich pay, last I saw, 51% of the taxes.
Yeah, because it's an unfair system
you're talking
that
about
punishes them.
1% of the population pays more than 50% of the taxes.
Yeah.
They're like, they're not paying their fair share. Fuck off.
Because they still have stuff that I don't. That's what they're really saying. They still have things that I don't, so they should be punished. This communist view of envy is really, really unhealthy. We should be looking at rich people and going, I want to be like that. How can I do it too? It's not a finite amount of money. It's the pie is big enough for everybody.
If we just increase our taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years.
So $50 billion a year is what he's saying that these guys aren't paying in taxes. Because help me if somebody in chat said they do taxes. Isn't the top marginal rate right now like 28%? Isn't that what he's talking about here, though, is taxing things besides income. They love to talk about taxes and mix these things up. He's talking about things like capital gains tax.
Yeah, my favorite, the unrealized capital gains.
Skywalker says that sounds right. Yeah, I think it's like 28% is the top marginal rate right now. But hey, if we only raise their taxes to 25%, wait, That doesn't make any damn sense.
Well,
Fucking
on top of that,
asshole.
the money he just said won't even fund the Department of Education for a year.
No, it wouldn't, because it's 50 billion versus the 67 that it actually cost.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about then? How about you spend less money, fucker?
$50 billion a year wouldn't. We are accumulating debt at a rate of, what is it? Almost $1.5 trillion a year. Last I saw.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Our budget is so massive, and our debt is even more massive. It seems every day that this amount of money is a fucking piddly pocket change. I don't know why they think. Well, I do know, because people are fucking bad at math.
It's easy to lie to stupid people.
Yeah.
And that's what we're watching here. Joe lied to his stupid supporters.
Yeah, and his supporters are very greedy and envious people who want to punish their enemies.
Yeah.
They'd still be very wealthy. Look.
That stock market you were bragging about just a little while ago wouldn't be doing as well as if you were taking 25% on capital gains. Especially the way you guys want to do it, where it's on unrealized capital gains. Because they don't talk about that. Do you guys know what an unrealized capital gain is? Let's say you buy a stock for $1. The next day it goes up to $2. Even though it's still invested in that stock, they want to tax you on that gain before you've gotten that money, before you've sold the stock.
Yeah,
and if you start,
they're punishing you for not selling it.
Yeah, and if you do that, which is what the Democrats really want to do, it will crash the stock market.
Oh, it'll cripple it.
They want to punish people for, and there's a reason we have a tax on capital gains, not on unrealized capital gains, because it's theoretical money at that point. Anyway.
Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share.
No, they're not.
They'll protect Social.
How many times have I heard a Democrat say this? And how many times has it happened? They keep telling us they're not paying their fair share. For 48 fucking years, you guys had control of the House or the Senate, often both, and a Democrat in there sprinkled in, and you've never done any of that shit. And then Clinton comes in, and we're going to do it. We're going to make them pay their fair. Still haven't done it. Obama comes in. Gonna make them pay their fair share. Still haven't done it. You've been in office almost 4 fucking years. Still haven't done it. But don't worry. Kamala's going to be the one. How many times do you have to be lied to before you go, maybe they're full of shit?
What?
Security Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security Medicare.
No, he doesn't. He said it should be on the table. The same fucking thing you said, dick. And actually what they said is that every year their funding should come up for vote instead of it just being whatever they want. Give it to them. Give it to them.
Yeah.
You actually talked about having it on the chopping block, motherfucker.
Yeah, but by
again,
having
the
a vote,
press,
it would expose the people that don't want to actually fund Medicare, which is going to be a lot of the Democrats. Sorry, I totally stepped on you there.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your vote right, your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide.
Trump literally said in the debate with you that he wouldn't be for that. But you know it because Joey said it, and Joe never lies except for every time he talks.
Well, you see, Joe has psychic powers. Joe can read minds because he can hear voices in his head.
Did you see the video of those two little clowns that were asked why they were supporting Kamala, and the one said that tattoos and her hair dye would be taken away under Trump?
No.
Yeah. That is how deluded these people are, is that Trump won't even let me wear a hair dye and have tattoos.
He's going to make us wear handmaiden outfits. Nobody wants to fuck you, fatty.
I'll have to find that fucking video and we'll have to watch it one day because yeah, it's insane.
Will, you know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Even if you passed a law, it wouldn't restore Roe v. Wade. You'd have to do that in court and find a way to have a case against Dobbs be overturned. I know it's semantical because he's talking about, hey, we're going to kill the babies everywhere. But restore Roe v. Wade is not even a possibility, guys. That case is gone now. Stop saying stupid shit. Say what you mean, that you'll restore the ability to kill babies all the way up until they're born and, in the case of Tim Walz, after.
Yeah. Look, if they were to have Joe stop saying stupid shit, it'd just be 5 minutes of him staring at the camera and occasionally going, I'm not joking.
Oh, shit. We still got over 5 minutes of this left. I'm tired. Okay, just under 5 minutes. I'm tired, Joe.
But
Come
you're
on.
so angry.
The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny.
Wait.
For me and Jill.
Did he say the anti-Greece or the ancient Greeks?
Ancient Greeks is what he tried saying.
Oh, okay. Because it sounded like he said the anti-Greece. I'm like, were you in the kitchen and heard something talking?
You missed when he told us that Bo is the one who told him to run for president.
Yikes.
Yeah. After Charlottesville, apparently he had a conversation with Bo. Oh my God. My wife sent me a picture. She got her hair down and everything. She looked good.
Oh, she's trying to make you leave. So was he, okay, guys, if you're hearing voices of dead people, I really recommend seeing a doctor. Those are called auditory hallucinations or a ghost, but it's likely not a ghost. It's an auditory hallucination, and you should see a doctor immediately. You may be about to have a stroke.
No, I 100% believe he saw Bo. Bo wasn't actually there, but I believe he saw him.
Well, if it was a spooky ghost, maybe, but I mean, it's kind of hard to prove that. And
Jack,
I don't believe that he saw a ghost.
Jack, thank you so much. All taxes are sales taxes. Rich people and corporations don't pay taxes, they collect them. The current tax structure is a 3-card Monte game that uses people's resentment to hide how much taxes they pay. I get what you're getting at there, but on paper, there's taxes. Because there's income or there's taxes on the income of the businesses. I get what you're saying. I really do. And I agree with you. But for the sake of simplicity, corporations pay taxes. You get what I'm getting at.
I don't want rich people getting taxed unburdenedly so because they'll leave. And poor people don't give me jobs.
Well, I mean, this is something I 100% believe. If companies stop doing automatic withdrawal of your tax money and you had to write a check every year for the taxes you owe, there would be a revolution.
Oh, yeah.
Because people don't miss money they don't have. You make them actually write the $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 check, your lowest end of your tax bracket stuff, they're going to get pissed. Be like, what am I getting for all this money? Anyhow.
We know Kamala and Doug are.
We just met Doug, and I don't like anything about the man that I've learned.
What, you don't like all the valor he borrowed?
No, Doug is her husband.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Timmy. I get those two mixed up. Probably because I saw that same ad from different angles. Like, I'm so relatable. Look at the Doritos.
The only thing I know about Dougie is that he cheated on his first wife and knocked up some chick that had an abortion so he could have a career as a politician's wife.
People.
Is it surprising to you that Kamala Harris ended up marrying a man who cheated on his wife?
No.
I mean, it couldn't have written itself better.
Character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim.
Can we just talk about her posture? She's been sitting this way the whole time like a fucking evil villain.
Yeah. Yeah. She's definitely giving off some sinister overlord vibes.
The whole time Tim has looked like this. Like he has got his shit and he's like, I can't get up and leave. They'll notice.
That's his I'm a good listener look. I'm paying attention.
When Jill is talking about how Joe stepped down, he did the right thing for everything, and Kamala's giving the evil, that's right, bitch, I made you do it. Look, Tim, it looks just like this. His expression really hasn't changed. He just looks mad, which if you've seen his gay dancing, he can smile.
Oh my God, that is so embarrassing. He starts prancing around, flailing like a lunatic.
She just, look at that posture. All right.
That's to control the DTs because she's really needing some vodka.
They're basically stealing the Trumpian look here because, they had the box for Trump and everything. And he said, but the whole time he was sitting there engaged, leaning forward, laughing with the audience and with the person on stage. She's sitting there like she's planning on calling France and demanding $1 billion.
Just so she doesn't use like a giant laser beam mounted on a shark?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, she's jonesing for a drink and she knows Nancy Pelosi's holding, and that's who she's looking at. She's like, I know you got some vodka, Nancy. You better share.
To serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character.
He signed a bill that removed wording that made sure pedophiles wouldn't be seen as a protected class.
And he's kind of cozy with the CCP.
What? Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about that. The Republicans are wanting FBI information about any communication that they've given Tim Walz about the possibility of China infiltrating. Shocking.
Yeah. Oh, he could be a Manchurian candidate? I'm shocked.
No, it's okay, though, because occasionally he said that they need to be nicer to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Just because he goes there literally, he's gone there every fucking year. Don't pay any attention to that.
Don't pay attention to the 2 years he spent teaching in China either.
Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends.
It's amazing how suddenly they're great friends. How often do you see those two together? I mean, it's pretty famous that their offices hate each other. Now we've become great friends. Yeah, that's what that look was when she was looking at Jill earlier. The great friendship.
She's tough. She's experienced. And she has enormous.
We know she's experienced. I don't think you should be bragging about that.
Weird time to bring up her sexual history.
Have you seen the Harris ad that somebody made where the R's are the 2 feet sticking in the air in high heels?
Yeah. Real quick, thank you, Circus Zero. The hair dye and tattoo video Monkey was talking about is in Monkey's DMs. Oh, thank you. Dangerous also sent it. But yeah, Eagle said he said Tim looks like he's an alcoholic. He's got that look. And I kind of agree with that. I think these two drunks met at a bar.
I wouldn't be shocked if that's what they bonded over.
Yeah.
That and not liking Jews because Shapiro's not there. And honestly, he should have been her running mate.
He would have been a much better choice.
Yeah. And I don't like Shapiro. Just if you're looking at it politically, he was the smart move there, other than the fact that he's a Jew.
I think that's the only reason he didn't get it. Because
100%.
Governor of Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, and they need to win it. He's a much more experienced politician, got a lot less skeletons in his closet. He's the logical choice, and they just went with the stolen valor guy with ties to China.
And some questionable things about kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's tough. She's experienced. And she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity.
Integrity, like not letting out people that were past their release date or trying to keep innocent people in jail. Yeah.
She literally got her start fucking a married man.
Integrity.
What does integrity mean to you, Joe? It's Joe. Integrity doesn't mean shit. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's asked and answered. Fuck.
Her story represents the best American story.
Does it?
And like many of
The
our
best American story is sleep your way to the top and abuse your power along the way. That's amazing.
He must love OnlyFans.
Holy shit. The best American story. Wow.
our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke.
You had to tell us it was a joke.
But
well, he's under strict orders to suck up to Kamala. Yes, he had to tell them that was a joke.
Oh, brother.
Their president, our children can look up to.
I keep coming back to she got her start sleeping with a married man.
Well, I mean, Joe really likes kids. So 1 + 1, if you know what I'm saying.
This has been my problem with Kamala all along, going back to when she runs in 2019, and they kept trying to push her as a female role model. If you want to say, hey, vote for her because she's Kamala, fine. But don't try to put this woman out there who literally slept her way into power. She was a nobody. And if she doesn't fuck Willie Brown, she remains a nobody. But she hooked on to a man. And how are so many women who hate the other woman okay with this other woman? I don't get it.
Well, look, ladies, you just gotta get better at sucking so that you too can be vice president.
That is nothing I want my daughter or granddaughters to aspire to, using their body to get ahead. And we're not talking about just looking sexy and becoming a model. No, we're talking about literally using sex to get ahead. Being a whore is what we're talking about here.
She'd be a president respect.
Go ahead.
Are you trying to tell me that OnlyFans is not a path to the presidency?
I mean, it is if Kamala is who you're looking up to. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of.
3 months ago, your own party was talking about replacing her.
Yeah. And I would like to see an ad where he says this, and then they show the hypothesis video where she explains the definition.
If you guys haven't seen it, I tweeted out earlier. The chick who does the Kamala impression, SDE, I forget how you say her name. She was on with Megyn Kelly today.
Yeah.
And you don't have to watch the whole show. There's just a clip of her on there, and it's fucking amazing. You really should watch it. But she does this one Kamala quote, and when she was doing it, I'm like, that kind of sounds familiar, but this sounds made up. And at the end, she goes, "No, that is a verbatim quote." because Kamala's an idiot.
And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th.
Yes, Joe, time is linear. That is that. All right.
On that day, we almost lost everything.
No, we didn't.
About who we are as a country. And that threat.
I mean, when an American citizen was murdered in front of everybody and nothing happened?
Yeah. What, somebody fired into a crowd with no backstop lined up?
And you and the press went out there and started talking about a cop who hadn't even died? Yeah, you're right. We almost lost everything that day.
This is not hyperbole. That threat is still very much alive.
Okay, you don't get to talk about the threat to democracy when you're stepping down and the chick who did not even get a single vote is forced upon the people you're talking to.
Yeah, this is a coronation. It's a weird time to start flexing that muscle.
Good God almighty. You can't come up here and talk about the threat to democracy when you're literally subverting your internal democracy.
Well, democracy is mob rule, and the Democrats do love a good mob. Just look outside of the building when they were crashing the gate on this one.
Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again.
That's not what he said. He said as long as it's a fair election, he'll accept it.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Why are you going to lie?
Admitting they're going to cheat.
It is. Because that is Trump's only prerequisite for accepting it, is that it is a fair election. Like, he says he's not going to accept it. So you're saying you're going to cheat. It's like they don't even think about what they're saying.
Think about that. He means it. Think about that.
He didn't say it.
He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words.
That is not what he said, and that's not where he said it. He said there'd be a bloodbath in the automotive industry if he loses. You dumb son of a bitch. Who listens to this guy and believes it, honestly? I bet the Krasensteins were jacking off to this.
And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words.
Tell the whole point of it, or the whole thing. He said, they keep claiming I'm going to be a dictator. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be a dictator for one day on day one. That's what he said. And what he was talking about is getting rid of all of your executive orders, you fucking asshole.
By the way, this sucker means it.
Oh, I believe he means it, but you got to tell the truth, Joe.
No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you think it was an exaggeration, but he means it.
Like you'd need the military to get him out of office? Because he retweeted the Time magazine thing of him being elected over and over and over again. Remember that?
Yeah.
He meant it. He'll never leave.
We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us.
You know, if they honestly believed that he was that bad, they wouldn't have to lie. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Even they know he's not as bad as they want you to think, because they have to lie to try to make him out to be horrible.
They need to convince themselves that he's evil Hitler man so they could dehumanize him.
Mm-hmm. But no, they don't do that, Jack. He told us that earlier.
Sure.
Carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
You saved democracy from January 6th in 2020. Wait, wasn't January 6th in 2021?
No, see, the election saved it. But yet they put no
But-
safeguards in place since then.
But I thought the danger was the January 6th. That's what he told us a second ago.
That was the danger of the moment. There have been other dangers.
What were they? Never mind. And listen to those fucking retards cheer. What he just said was nonsensical.
Well, most of what he said today was nonsensical.
Yay, dummy! Fuck.
Our team, yay, team!
The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail.
Okay, you can say the freedom part, but the vote itself is democracy. They keep doing this thing. And you wanted Trump removed from the ballot. How do you get to talk about democracy in the first place?
Well, locking him up didn't work.
Jamie Raskin has already come out and said that they're going to keep Trump from being installed as president if he wins the election.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle. Joe lied and smeared the driver involved in his wife's fatal accident as being drunk. He then used the lie for sympathy while on the campaign trail. Yes, he did repeatedly. And it was the threat of a lawsuit. I have said he had to be sued, and I need to correct that. It was the threat of a lawsuit that finally got him to stop doing it.
Yeah. You know what? He had done it enough times. They should have just sued him.
I would have sued his ass.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power
It's
is
not.
literally in your hands.
I don't understand how you lie so freely in today's world.
Because they don't care. They know that there's sympathetic media, and they know that most people are too lazy to go look into any of the claims. Because anybody pointing out that these are lies is obviously an untrustworthy right-wing extremist.
I don't. Well, okay, let's just.
History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands.
Yeah.
Let me close with this.
That's how voting works, dipshit. Every fucking election, the except 2020, the future's in the hands of the voter if we're pretending that democracy is real. Every one of them. Every single one we've had.
Nowhere else in the world.
I assume that Tim Walz's penis was named history and Kamala was just given a handy.
Let me close with this.
Look, no. Give her proper due. She is not going to touch a penis with anything other than her mouth or vagina. Maybe anus. She's going to do the real work. You're not just getting a handy from her. You're getting some fluid somewhere.
Well, he prefers the horse semen, I hear.
So does she.
Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Nowhere else in the world could a kid grow up in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
With a stutter.
I mean, sure, yeah. That's in the Constitution, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sitting behind the resolute desk is for the president of the United States, and you have to be a natural born citizen. This is a nonsensical point. He tried to make it too much about how his humble beginnings, and he can't help but fucking brag, so he's got to throw in Scranton, Pennsylvania, which makes it sound stupid as shit.
Especially because he was like, 4 when he was living in Scranton?
Nowhere else in the world could you grow up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. You're right. You have to have grown up in Scranton for that to have happened, Joe.
Is there a Scranton, Pennsylvania in, like, I don't know, England?
Maybe there's Scranton, Pennsylvania, and England.
Yeah, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Congo, I hear, is pretty good. It's amazing how many Pennsylvanias there are.
All he had to say here is nobody could start from such humble beginnings and end up as the leader of the country. Because also, if you're from another country, you can't be elected as president. So you'd have to make that the leader of their country, in which case saying the resolute desk, which he loves mentioning the resolute desk.
Yeah.
I don't know why he is so in there. I love the resolute desk. I think it's beautiful, and I want a copy of my own made from the resolute, by the way. You guys do know that it's called the resolute desk because it's built from a ship called the Resolute. That's your history. I want it from that same thing because I'm greedy. But what he's saying here, it literally makes no sense if you put even an ounce of thought into it. Nowhere else in the world can you. And he's not doing it so he doesn't insult other nations. He's doing it so he can work in the Scranton and the resolute desk. And these fucking idiots are going to clap like morons because they don't think. For the record, all those thousands of people in that arena there, if you live in Illinois, they're going to cancel out your vote. Just letting you know that. Some are coming from out.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities.
No, it's because the United States has a constitution that says you have to be a natural born citizen to be president. I just went through it.
Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities. Not just for the few of us, but for all.
Like price fixing, yes. And sucking your way into power.
Yeah, look, they understand that they have to protect the possibilities, like the possibility of you never, ever earning money again.
Any of our folks who live in California, if you ever see Willie Brown in public, will you record and ask him if he ever put it in Kamala's butt? I just want to know the answer. And Mr. Brown, did you ever anally violate the vice president of the United States before she was vice president?
Did you ever do the shocker to Kamala?
Did she take it balls deep, or is she one of those girls who won't go all the way? Only the tip. It hurts. All right.
All of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort. And where my heart will be.
You've touched your heart repeatedly, and that's not where the heart is. I really wish you'd stop doing it. He did that earlier, Jack, where he's trying to say that it was in his heart, and he just grabs his left ribs underneath his chest.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't even know where his fucking heart is.
It might be a euphemism for penis.
I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Walsh has Cam ever seen.
Has he been on the campaign trail for her yet?
I don't think so. I think they've been hiding him away pretty well. I think he's done one or two speeches, but not on the trail.
He did the call-in things where it clearly wasn't him, but he hasn't actually gone out there, and he's going to be the best volunteer. Yes, exactly, Eagle, from the basement. Hey, look, Timmy smiled.
Each of us has a...
Timmy's wife does look like she might have been hot when she was younger. I haven't seen her, but she's got that look, you know.
Paul's face was great. He's like, I just saw something terrifying.
American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot.
Oh, what is it?
It captures the best.
You missed it earlier, Jack. They have Joe and Ashley Biden hugging while Your Love Lifts Me Up is playing, and there's a line about quenching his needs.
Well, accurate, I guess.
It's we'll have to play it again at the end. We'll go back and find it so you can hear it in all of its glory.
I
Who
saw
we are as a nation.
a still of him open, like mouth kissing his daughter. There is fucking gross and weird. Don't mouth kiss your dad
song-
when you're like older than 7.
It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out,
American Anthem.
and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
I do believe you gave your best to America. The problem is your best sucks.
Also, that's the worst slam poetry I've ever heard.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, like everybody clapped. Really? You didn't even do like the jazz hands, you bastards.
What is this dude so happy about?
Soy lattes were given out free at the beginning.
Look, we found the joy in the convention. It's this guy.
He's
is that-
so getting railed by 8 dudes later.
Thank you, Cryptic. Man, I slur less drunk off my ass. Most of us do.
Yeah.
Look at the people around him there. There's no joy anywhere but right here. And I can only guess that last time he sat down, somebody left something in his seat.
Something really exciting. The word joy has been bantered around so much. It's trying to create joy. Also, that's a word old people use a lot more than like happiness.
I just love that they're cheering for Biden reading lyrics.
Yeah.
That's what this guy is so happy about, is Biden reading lyrics.
He read a song I've never heard of. Yippee! Even that lady wearing the cowboy hat, who's probably old enough to know that song, is like, I don't know what's happening right now.
And I do love, even there at the end, he had to get angry about it.
Yeah.
That line would have worked much better if he, not his whisper, because that's creepy, but with a more somber tone to it.
Yeah.
America, I gave you my best. Not, I gave you my best, fucker.
You spit in my face.
He's almost done.
I made a lot of mistakes in my career.
Yeah, you did.
But I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed.
Nobody in that audience has given 50 years to doing nothing in Congress, homie. But maybe Pelosi.
Yeah, I would venture that nobody in that room has given 50 years to anything.
No.
Especially the weird grifting you've done, you fucking corrupt old piece of shit.
A million times the return of the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet.
And yet you were there. What he wants to do this thing where he's had to struggle his whole life and he just hasn't.
No, he's been on easy mode. Even when his wife died, he didn't take a day off to mourn. He went out and got the fucking press. So you can be like, I got a photo op for you guys.
And too old to stay as president. But I hope you know.
What are they all laughing about?
He's old.
Or
again,
too old to
look at that face.
You're going away because they said you were too old. You're not, right, Joe? Then stay and fight.
He's the picture of vitality, monkey.
You don't get to have it both ways.
Oh, Kamala probably does it both ways. Oh, speaking of dirty jokes, thank you, Cryptic. Biden gave us his best. Now America's ass is sore.
He's literally trying to say they say I couldn't do it and I can't. Is anybody in that crowd actually listening? I guess this is proof of the old thing. It doesn't matter what you say. It's how you look as you say it, which again, even then, he looks like he's lost.
Yeah. No, I'm with Eagle on this one. This is worse than embarrassing.
But it won't be, though, because it'll be played up as Joe gave a heartfelt speech.
An impassioned, heartfelt speech. Even though, again, he looks like he just saw some like little kids under the bed monster over in the audience. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
All of these pauses look like that. He either looks angry, confused, or frightened.
Yeah.
And that's the entire expressions he's giving is these weird, all over the place mixture of emotions that don't always line up with what he's saying. This whole thing is very odd to me.
Monk says, too old to be president. These are the people that just booted your ass. Right? It's the one time where he's pointing to something where people were speaking against him and he has a point, and he backed down. Don't worry, he's Joe from Scranton. He's a fighter.
Oh, how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden. I can honestly.
The fuck does that mean?
It means it's not any good.
I give you my word as a Biden. I feel like in The Princess Bride, I'm sorry, I've known too many Spaniards.
Yeah, right. Also accurate. No, this is more like the mirror image universe of Game of Thrones, where the Lannisters always pay their debts, kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know, a Biden's word is as good as poop.
I give you my word. He says like 3 different ways here that he's being honest. You shouldn't have to tell people you're being honest that much, Joe.
Well, you know, he tells a lot of fibberoonies.
All right, but I want to hear his word as a Biden. Let's see.
I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden.
3 different ways.
I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it.
Then you're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm more optimistic if like Trump wins, but still not that optimistic. I'm a bit of a Debbie Downer here personally.
I'm more folks.
We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America.
Why are you mad about that?
Yeah, why are you shouting at me? Grandpa's yelling at the TV again.
Grandpa's yelling on the TV again.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together.
Like when Joe got rid of cancer.
Yeah. Yeah.
That really should have been the thumbnail because that's how he's been most of this thing, just yelling.
Yeah. Like
look at
randomly yelling things.
Ah.
Old man yells at cloud. I saw an image similar to this one, and she wrote joy.
Yeah.
It's a joyful.
Do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Because you won't.
Have you noticed that Democrats no longer say God bless America?
Yeah, they haven't done that in a while. I think it's around Obama's era.
Yeah, they got in trouble for not saying God bless the troops, so they added that back, but they don't say God bless America anymore. It's weird.
They hate America.
All right, there's Chinball. We're done with him. God damn.
You know, I don't normally say this, but I'm kind of glad I missed the first 2 hours because that last couple hours has been incredibly painful to watch, dude.
This is your fault because you brought that up. We've got to watch the moment him and her hug because it is so inappropriate. Where's Ashley? There she is. There. All right,
No,
Biden's coming
I
out.
saw most of her speech.
We're not watching her at all. We're just watching what goes on. This is Biden coming out. She's just introduced him, and this is the song they're playing. Listen to the lyrics. Oh wait, I went too far. We need to go back just a touch.
No, I was gonna say that look is more like I'd hit that.
It's right here.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire.
As he's hugging his daughter, quench my desire.
Also, that hug seemed to linger quite a while there. I've never hugged my parents for that long.
Oh, I hug my daughter that long if I can.
Yeah, but you don't have like diary entries of her being like, and then we showered together. I thought it was inappropriately weird because you're not a weirdo old pervert.
But yeah, there it is. Joe Biden has his desires quenched by his daughter. The DNC said so, not me. That's their doing. I didn't do that shit. Jack, it's been 5 hours. I am exhausted, so we're gonna wrap up quick. Is there anything you wanted to say before we head on out of here?
Could you put up the image from that last link I dropped? Because much like the Ring video, I kind of feel like we can't close out on this joyful occasion without a picture of joy to spread to the universe.
There you go.
Thank you. I just want you all to remember that this is waiting for you in your closet tonight. It's like the kids at the end of the hallway before the elevator full of blood opens. Just remember to have joy in your heart, or these nightmare-fueled paralysis demons will show up at your house. So, thank you guys for watching.
What I'm seeing in this is that Kamala's skin used to be a lot clearer. I wonder what her facial routine was back then.
I think we all know her facial routine.
What was that?
Won't be my proudest wank, but I'm down for the challenge. Save yourself.
Get it, Savior.
Do it.
Nova said pre-recording shows is beta. I don't understand what that even means.
I don't know either.
I
hate you even more now, Mr. Jack. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah. You know, the weird part is that Hillary doesn't look that much younger than she does now.
No. Look, she picked up the Elizabeth Bathory technique later in life. So her skin kind of stuck at a specific age around 55. So moisturizing with the blood of virgins can only do so much.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Guys, thanks so much for coming and hanging out with us. I don't even know who's on the agenda for tonight's DNC. I know Obama's supposed to speak at some point. Tim will be on Wednesday, Kamala on Thursday. I'm assuming they're going with the same 4-day thing. Are they dragging this out 5 days?
I think so, but I'm not.
Oh, God. Oh, I didn't even think of that till just now. I just assumed it was going to be 4. We'll find out. But thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Thank you so much for the donations. You guys are awesome. Jack, anything you want to show?
I just dropped a link to a video that's pretty cool. But thank you guys so much for all the donations and the support you give us. It really keeps the show going, and you guys are awesome. Best audience on the internet.
Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
I'm always glad to be here.
Everyone, have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you tonight for more. Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
I'm supposed to sing a song because I'm a dumbass who made this a thing. I'm still sitting here as you listen to me sing. This is y'all's fault.